I promise you that.
Tomorrow is my Friday. I am looking forward to it.
That is so nice. You like it so
Big bad and heavy.
Sorry. Wow.
They were just slow. I made sure to be really high. Sweaty. Who knows? A lot of participants are liberals, so getting to have plans and truth. It's all dry time. Look.
Good day to you, bro.
What
How
up?
you doing?
All right.
See, we on the same mission. I just got through from rolling one up. I thought I'd come and have a smoke with you.
Right on.
I was looking at your ambiance. I was telling you the only thing missing is a blow up dial. That would be really dope. Just have it sitting in the back, just laid off to the side, so where it'd be really dope. Use it as a back pillow.
I could have weird shit if my kid didn't come around.
Oh,
Like back before he was born, we used to have weird, crazy shit. I had a,
okay, my
I had
bad, my
a,
bad, my bad.
I
Yeah,
had a
that's that.
puppet with a fucking. I put a 10-inch dick on a puppet of a baby doll, so I could fuck
Right.
with people when they pass out drunk.
I wanted to have a conversation with you, bro. I remember when I first came on here many years ago. That's how long I've been with you. But I think I joined you first. I was under Land Single, but that was like my music page, and that wasn't pseudo enough. So I created Suicided Pseudoscience University. You know what I said, to blend in more with the conversation. Music page. Like, what does this guy do? But what do you think about Jeranism and his seeming like he's backtracking on flat Earth or whatever?
I was with Jainism to the point where he started bagging on Christianity and stuff like that, and started bringing religions into it. Because then it was kind of like, dude, you're not even discussing science at that point. You're just bashing people. And then it just went off on different tangents. I probably gave up on him about a year ago.
Yeah, no, I recently did that whole squad. I still mess with Flat Earth British and all of them. I love the group of people that branched off of his when he first started, because they touched a lot of things, and it helped me develop my theories on. I got a clearer picture on a lot of the pictures and stuff that he used to show.
Right.
You was a real heavy flat earther. You still a flat earther?
Until I can be disproven otherwise. Like, no one's ever shown conclusive proof that it's not.
Well,
The observable science says it is. All the knowledge we have accumulated, what are self levels?
yes,
They tell
but
you the moon makes tides. Well, no. How come
no.
the Atlantic Ocean's calm as a motherfucking lake sometimes? Like there's so many pinholes and all this shit.
What if I told you I figured it all out? Just a regular old guy from Detroit, Michigan, that fucking nurse for a living and smoking my
Possible.
moonlight. I figured it all out. And it was not just from science, because science, they're telling you the truth, right? But there's an undertone to it. Like when they say the light of the sun, the common man doesn't know the light of the sun is talking about X-ray, gamma ray, electromagnetic, photon. It's talking about many things, and the rays of the sun affects the solar system, right? And if the sun is small, and I'm one to agree that the sun is 32 miles in diameter, 3,000 miles up at the equator, visible on both sides of 45 degrees. I understand that totally perfect. I understand that totally perfect. Which is why you got Voliva, who hasn't been debunked to the date, and they have the actual two hypotheses for one phenomenon proven. That's proven. It's not no debate. So what we have to do is look at both and actually incorporate what we experience into the equation. You can't
Uh,
divide it. You're right, because for what we experience, they create new sciences for inertia. This is why it's like I realized this, bro. I'm a traveler, right? And I haven't been out of town in a long time because I was in my youth. I was in the military. Instead of going home, I would go abroad in different places. And what I noticed is that the plane stays level, which is not an argument. But if the plane stays level, going to places like Australia, where they say it is on the globe, the plane would have to eventually start to what? Angle
angle.
downward to stay level, right?
Correct.
I realized this in Australia and in places like Terra del Fuego, that the sun seems to be going the opposite way, is because you have to now look north to see the sun. When everybody in the north is looking south to see the sun, you have to look north to see the sun when you're farther south, because the sun only travels at the Tropic of Capricorn. It doesn't go beyond the Tropic of Capricorn, but there's more land beyond the Tropic of Capricorn. So in order to view that phenomenon, you have to literally be facing north. You'll never face south and the sun is south to you. So it makes them, so they use that phenomenon to make people believe that you're upside down when you're just beyond the circumference of the sun's final destination before it heads back north.
That's not even how it's arranged on the real planet anyway.
It's
The shit's fucking. It ain't like all that. It's more like it's like a brick that's shattered.
you know what it is, bro? I promise you. Once I talk, you'll see it forever. I said it to you before, and I wanted to show you the reaction on your face for reading what I said because I put it in a super chat. I said the Earth is a pyramid. Remember that?
It's possible.
It is. It's
You never
absolutely
know.
true. You got
What did they
four
say?
corners.
What did they put in Revelation? That it used to say God's perfect city that
Mountain.
He's going to build on earth was a pyramid, and now they changed it to a golden cube.
It's not the perfect look. What is tall as long as it is wide is a pyramid. The earth is a pyramid. It has four corners: South Africa, South America, Australia, and the Pacific. Under the Pacific Ocean, what do we have? The ancient Lemuria, or the more modern Zealandia. Zealandia is a continent that's connected to Hawaii and connected to New Zealand and all of those continents over there, all of those land masses over there. So we know those land masses are not floating on water; they're actually connected to
Everything's
something
connected.
beneath it, right? Exactly. So that's four corners. All four corners converge in the center. You can see that in the latitude lines when you look at a Mercator projection or the Gleason map, if you will. You can see the lines be smaller in the center and they expand wider as it go further towards the south, which also correlates to the land mass. So we know that in the north, the land is smaller area, so a smaller area space, which correlates to the latitude. It's a smaller space. And as you descend, the space widens, which means more land is available for you to be accessed. And as it widens, more land, and then it goes out into the breaks. But when you go to the south, you see that the southern continents are the furthest apart of all the lands. They make a square. I
Because
can
the
show
water
you it.
pushes outward as it flows downward.
Yeah, exactly. They
They
spread out,
even
and
call
in
it
the
the
center.
delta, the triangular formation where the mouth of the river comes out.
And look, the convergence. So it was. So I see in its glory, it was a pyramid, right? But it
Corpuscular
collapsed.
rays,
Yes,
same thing.
everything. The way the sun travels in the analemma is smaller in the north and it's wider in the south. That's because it's the shape of the earth. It's a pyramid, bro. First, look, the Giza pyramid is a mathematical correlation to the earth, right? Because it's the fucking pyramid.
But where's the missing ones?
Missing what? Missing what do you mean? The entire let me show you.
There should be 10 pyramids in Giza.
Yeah, of course. We know that the sand itself is still covering buildings. The sand that where the Mediterranean spread over into the Sahara, sand comes from ocean. It doesn't come from dryness, barrenness. Barrenness, motherfucker, there for a minute and the green come back. When sand is in land, that's judgment. That means the ocean came into that land and it covered everything. They're finding buildings in the Sahara that's the watchtowers of castles.
They think it's
The
the Atlantis.
watchtowers or castles are surface level to the ground.
You seen that one, The Great Eye?
Yeah. Come on, man. We know something happened. So I know what happened. That's why
Atlantis
I
was
believe,
all over the place. I think it was more than one location, just like Babylon. There's
bro,
many locations.
if you read the Cobran Bible, it tells you exactly what happened. It tells you that it happened already 4 times. The Cobran, my man, the old school dude, the old school, the OG conspiracy theorist that made, yeah, though that right there, he didn't write the book. He just brung it forth. You know what I'm saying? He just like I can create me a Bible right now today. Just put stamp Lance on it, and it's legal. It's a 3,000-something-year-old artifact. It has no copyright. You're supposed to distribute it, but it tells you everything, man. So look, check this out. The seawater, the oceans are flat, right? And so people are asking, well, why the north? What's going on with the waters in the north? The northern portion of the land, it it inclines. That's why we call it up north and down south. it elevates. But the water, this is why you got mountains, because the center collapsed inward in the north. This is why the sea level is still, the water in the north is still sea level. But when you're looking down, you're looking over the cliffs and mountains to look in the north. You feel, to look into the center of the north where the North Pole is. You got to climb into that because it collapsed. So the water, yes, is sea level. It's a big ass basin that goes straight through Africa and America, straight to the north where the water is rushing in at. That's the same water. They're sea level, but the lands are not sea level. The lands are a mile above sea level in the north. You feel what I'm saying? So the shape is a pyramid, bro, and there's no everything around it, even down to the sun. The sun itself is electromagnetic. It's not a fireball. It's electrically. This is what we're told, right? But let's just look at the essence of it. We know that we need the sun to survive. The sun doesn't just give off the heat. It also is also emitting other portions of it that
Vitamins.
affect. Like for instance, daylight. We get taught daylight comes from the sun going through particles in the sky, spreading. Blue is the big. No, here's the truth. Noble gases are in the ionosphere. They are layered. They have numbers that gives them densities or how they correlate in layers, right? When the sun's rays pass through them, what happens when the gases are in the vacuum tube and they're introduced to an electromagnetic field? They light up. Different blues, whites, and even electricity in the argon. You feel what I'm saying? So the sun is very significant in the upper atmosphere at 3 miles away, and how it moves around us in the analemma. It even correlates to the fact that the hurricane, where the sun is positioned, correlates directly to hurricanes. The sun magnetic field generates a magnetohydrodynamic effect in the liquids, the conductive liquids above. And that's what causes the pressure and different heats and temperatures and all of that. It's all ionic. It's all ionic and electromagnetic, bro. And this is why they tried to hide the electromagnetic shit, because that's what gravity is. Gravity is an electromagnetic it's an electromagnetic property. And there's a guy named Jay Duncan. What he figured out is that if you look at an equation of gravity, an equation of magnetism, and an equation of electricity, right? You know, in columns or whatever, columns, then you'll find that they all look the exact same. So what he did is he said, okay, well, instead of doing a gravitational equation and putting these numbers in, let me see what'll happen if I do an electrical attraction or a magnetic attraction and or the electrical relation between two masses at the same distance. And what he found is only the you know, what you say, columns, amperes, you know, like only that changed, but the number stayed the same. So what he concluded in his paper is that you can literally do an electromagnetic equation and find that what you're looking for in the gravitational equation. And you, so the gravitational equation is obsolete. You know what I'm saying? Because you get in the same number.
And physics disproves it soundly all the time. You can fuck around and throw shit around and watch it bounce, ricochet, and do all things that go against all the laws of gravity that they state.
Exactly. All day long.
If you're
So
fucking doing a sport, you can do it. Cats do it when they jump up in the air and twist. Fucking people are running downfield, they're making incredible dives and spins that they shouldn't be able to do, but they pull it off.
they do it. It shouldn't be a girl in Australia shouldn't be able to let a balloon go and the water stays, but the balloon goes like down or up or whatever. Like it just picks and chooses based on what the weight. Well, watch this. If you look at atoms, matter or mass, if I will look at mass and see how mass is comprised of matter. Matter is comprised of atoms. Atoms are comprised of subatomic particles, and in a subatomic, within that level, right, there are electromagnetic fields being generated. when an electron is agitated, right? So let's say you got a field being generated right there within a atom, right? An electromagnetic field. I'm just curious, but wouldn't it seem that if you have an electromagnetic field being generated on an atomic level, and even some would argue on an atomic quantum level, right? You're telling me that that electromagnetic field adding to millions and millions and millions of other atoms that's generating the same electromagnetic field would not contribute to or be or even pseudo um apportion to electromagnetism as weight. See, because if we look at the electromagnetic properties of Earth, and then we look at the electromagnetic properties of any individual, like let's say humans, for instance, we are also have an electromagnetic field. Animals are affected by electromagnetic fields. But if you look at the actual atoms themselves and see how they generate electromagnetic fields, and then you add with the along with the other atoms, who's to say that that attraction is not manifested in mass, in what we call mass as weight, and it's just the actual attraction. So the more mass I acquired, which is means the more atoms, right? Which means the greater field being generated, which I'm more attracted to the Earth,
Except
which is
for
the
water.
greatest mass.
The greater the mass of water, the molecular weight doesn't add up. It
In water.
loses weight. The larger the volume of water, it's missing weight.
Yeah, why is that?
I don't know. They haven't figured it out yet, but I've been keeping on it ever since I read about that. I was like, that is crazy. Like, what would cause that? Dissolution, but no. Like, all the principles seem like they would work. Unless there's just like this thing you can't tell where it's in between liquid and gas, where it's just that cusp.
Yes, bro, it is.
That's the
It is a
missing
space there.
mass.
Look,
But then
watch this.
if it's that thin and intangible, to also have mass seems counterintuitive, you know?
I mean, but that's just what it seems, right? Because
Like
look at
spider web, like even spider web, you can feel weight to it, though, you know? Like there's literally nothing that's so lightweight you pick it up where it's like there's nothing to it, but that would have to be.
well, what is a plasma? It's that in between part. Look at nitrogen in your room. Nitrogen is a greater portion of all the air that we intake, right? Who's it when you click on a light? Yes, there's going to be a light that occurs, but that's due to the electromagnetic field that's being generated by that contraption. But who's to say that that field isn't affecting the nitrogen in the room and also causing the light to extend beyond the actual source
It
itself?
would have to, even if it's not visible to our eyes,
Exactly. You feel what I'm
because
saying?
it's
But they're not
radiant.
telling us this. They just saying that light causes what we see to be manifest. But it's a pseudoscience, bro. They created the pseudoscience. See, I don't look at no science, bro. I only go to science to see if they actually, like for instance, the moon is in Earth's atmosphere. We've been knowing that forever, right? But they now newly come out in 2017 and say the moon is in Earth's atmosphere, but they extend the Earth's atmosphere beyond 237,000 miles out into space. Like that don't make sense, right? Because they need an
Right?
explanation for why we seeing the moon with clouds above it. You feel what I'm saying? But here's the deal: science. I got a paper that was at the 40th annual lunar conference, right? And it states it states that the moon is photoluminescent, meaning that the moon receives particles from the sun and from galactic radiation, and it causes the moon to glow. It emits its own light. It's our own albedo. The albedo of the moon is due to emission of radiation that it had been receiving from its cycles. That light, that radiation runs out and then the cycle continues. That right there, this is a statement from, I can show you the article. This is a statement from NASA, right? But that's what the book of Enoch said. You feel what I'm saying? This is what the book of Enoch literally states about the freaking moon, bro.
Huh?
So you really got to look at everything to get the truth. You can't. I'm arguing with people, bro. Look, the moon emits its own light. They showing me where NASA says the moon reflects the sunlight. Well, show me where the light is going across space and then hitting the moon, and now we're able to see the reflection. Why is the intensity of the light different? Why is the frequency
If
of the
it
light
was,
different? Why
yeah,
is the heat
exactly. The
different?
frequency proves it. If it was just a reflection, it would still be curved
Exactly,
waveform instead of square waveform.
exactly, bro. So they
Moonlight's cooling. The moonlight cools you down. It makes things cold. It locks the water, and it's like a vapor seal. So things in the shade and in their burrows are warmer, being out of the moonlight.
absolutely. So it's not reflecting. It's all, but this is what it's doing. That's how important the sun is. The sun is emitting the rays that affects all of these things around us. Even
That's why they're blocking it.
the daylight that we see in the sky is not really what we're like the light that we see when we're down here on the ground. The light that we see that when we're on here on the ground is continuous rays affecting the particles that is in the air, just like I mentioned with the nitrogen. You know what I'm saying? That is the science, but they're hiding that portion by just saying the light of the sun. You feel what I'm saying?
And they filter it anyway.
Look, exactly. Well, the
They've
filters like
been,
xenon,
the
xenon filters the
sky
gamma
has
ray.
been filtered with fucking particles since all of us have been alive. We don't even know what shit really is supposed to look like, color wise, any of it.
Bro, I always say that when I was a kid, I don't know if it's my sight that changed, but the orange used to the sun used to be orange.
Yeah, now it's
It
white.
wasn't white. It wasn't a white light like we got today. It used to be orange. I know that for a fact.
Yeah, look at all the cartoons. Look at every fucking cereal box. The shit was yellow orange and then orange for the flames part.
Exactly. Look at the
Never,
pictures that we
nobody's
used to
been no
take.
white sun. The moon
Look
was
at
white.
exactly. Look at the photos we took. When we took those photos, we didn't say, "Oh, this picture is kind of orangish." This is an orangish looking photo. It doesn't even look like the real thing. No, it looked like the real thing because that was what we were living in. That was the color of our day around us, all the way around. It don't matter who took the picture of that day. It's not the film. It's not a
You can go back and look at paintings.
and
People
paint
ain't gonna,
exactly.
they're not painting white fucking suns.
It was a different
Nobody
color.
though. I still
Absolutely,
don't.
absolutely, absolutely, bro. So we can see. It almost seems to me is that this same thing happens over and over and over again. And I'm right now in the middle of writing a paper on signs of the time, right? And one of the signs that I've always realized that changes over what we would call a reset, one of the initial signs is a red comet. A red comet. The sign of the red comet always brings, look at it, 1806, 1811, 1475, 1775. Look at every changing world. It's like that's the sign for the world to go to war, and whoever emerges from that whole period, which is cataclysm, is earthquakes, Mount Vesuvius. And look at it, 1811, 1812, Mount Vesuvius, Mississippi, the worst earthquake in history of anybody ever experienced. The West Coast of America receives a lot of earthquakes.
Everybody had
Napoleon
a
goes
great
to war,
fire.
China goes to war, the American war, French war, all of that happens. That changes. After that's over, the ending of all of that, I say around about 1855, what emerges from that is a whole new world. Ain't no more electric cars and electric bikes. Motherfuckers is on horse and carriage. When we got whole videos and pictures of them in electric cars and electric bikes and skates and
Steam powered
unicycles and
shit.
drills and
They had
trains.
robot men that fucking carried the
Right?
rickshaws. Steam powered men.
Yes, bro. Robots. Anything, everything was like steampunk, all that shit was real. It's just a remix of everything. Oh, Batman, in a sense. Not say I'm saying his world with the technology and the which meets the gothic look. with these old world buildings, but it's the same thing. It's real. You know what I'm saying? We just we keep reusing all of the buildings of old that remain, and anything that looked like it seemed like particularly it's just crazy that in
So
America.
someone else, like, they're like, I'm like, so you're telling me this black dude in America decided to design the Capitol and all that shit, but make it look like ancient Rome?
Right? No.
And also commission all these Roman statues to put on top of it, depicting stuff we don't even like. What gods are these? What is that supposed to represent? They
Yeah.
don't even tell you about that shit, or even mention it.
Exactly.
There's no pictures of it in the books. They always focus on the buildings without that shit. But you go there and there's fucking all kinds of weird fucking gargoyles and people fighting beasts, and you're like, yeah, what are these stories from?
Bro, that's so this is what I figured out. I figured out that the Anunnaki story and all of that God stuff, that's literally directly connected to the Abrahamic religion. Why? Because Noah and Abraham are from Mesopotamia. So when
Yep.
you read that the angels don't receive a name until the Israelites come out of Babylon, why? Because that's where the names, that's their identities. That's where all of that stuff is from. The biblical angels match the exact look and description of the Sumerian Anunnaki. The Sumerians, they created some people, and the biblical angels created some people. The Elohim is a plural form of God. That's not the God Almighty that has no body, that no man can discern, that can't be seen or manifest to modern. That's not the same being. That being is a spirit that thing is the energy that everything is connected through. Anything inside of everything and outside. I mean, closest I can say to that would be some type of plasma, some type of form that's everywhere at all places at all time. I don't know. I don't know if it got a mind or none of that. But I know whatever that is, we wouldn't be able to exist in a material world without that being the root of it, of everything that we have. So the creators of man, I don't see that being is it. The creators of man is something that has to
It
that can
depends
touch
which
physically.
man. There's two stories of the creation.
Say that again, bro.
If you read Genesis, the first time it talks about on the sixth day God made man and maid did he make them.
Yes, and then he made mankind, and he
Then
told them
you
he
hear
told them
about
replenish
Adam
the
and
earth.
Eve. Then you hear about Adam and Eve being made,
Yes,
but that's different. They weren't made at the same time, like you said before. It's a different story.
that's what I'm saying. That's why I said the Anunnaki made people, and the angels of God made people.
That's where
Now
they
here's
get
this
the golem myth from.
exactly, bro. Whoa, you know a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
You know a lot of stuff. Yes, exactly.
I read and listen to everything.
Well,
I
well
just
we
don't
thinking
take.
that
I don't subscribe to any of it until it's provable.
until it's provable. Exactly. You
If you
can
can't
develop
prove it, it's
a
fun to think
hypothesis.
about, and you can agree with a lot of it and disagree with some of it. Like it's all great until it's provable. It's just speculation, so you can't like let it control you, or it shouldn't
Let it be
phase
your
you or affect your
foundation because
feelings.
it can constantly crumble. You'll be rebuilding yourself up every time you learn something new.
And it becomes a new form of ego.
Exactly, that's true.
So you take away your old ego just to replace it with this new knowledge ego. It's like you're building your house on sand still.
And see, and that's why when I that's why you don't hear about pyramid Earth theory, and I'm not promoting it. You don't see me out here. You haven't heard about it, right? Other than me sharing it, and just random individuals, right? Because I realized that the Earth could also, being that its substance is of the material realm, vibration can changes form, which causes it to, what I'm saying, we might think of it as, I don't even believe in tectonic plates after I done learned what liquefaction is, you know what I'm saying? So because the earth is still four corners, all of the continents are still in their original shapes over the past 2,000 years that they've been making maps that we can see, you know what I'm saying? Everything is, it's the only thing difference is more lands are being revealed, and we can easily uh attribute that to, you know what I'm saying, water or water moving out further away, ice changing form, man building dams, a whole bunch of stuff can change the way the flow of water is going. But once we realize vibration can affect all of that, you can't sit with a solid state earth other than knowing that what you're on isn't a ball. You feel what I'm saying? You can't sit
Unless
with a
it's so much more vast.
yes. It's more to what earth
That
realm
was
is.
the theory I came up with back in the day that explained all the physics and all the disparities and all the shit, but also the stories that have been passed down since recorded history of firmaments and all of it. The only way that would make sense is if the planet is so much fucking more giant. Cataclysm wiped out everything but this little remnant that lives in a giant crater, and that has the dome over it protecting it. And so
And
everything seemingly goes around it, no matter what it's doing. It's always going to look like shit spinning around it. It's going to have its little terrestrial lights inside its enclosure because it was protected and set up to keep species alive or whatever. Like it was just a last ditch effort to save the population of everything on this planet by putting it into a little terrarium pocket.
so you think that so I kind of agree with that. However, I think that the other population still exists, just not as so we are in a more controlled environment while it's a more chaotic environment outside of the space that we exist in.
Yeah, if you go outside the fucking bubble of protection, you're battling whatever survived and you're fucking trying to retake it and resubdue it and regrow everything, terraform it, all of that. Like it's a whole new fucked up frontier. Because that would be the aftermath of a global nuclear war or hydrogen bombs or any of that shit. They'd just be like, shit, we got to do something quick or we won't be a people anymore. Like that'll be the end of life as we know it. And how
So
bad
I,
would
I
you
heard you.
feel?
So are you? Do you believe in Christianity?
Yeah.
So in all of the scientific hypotheses, have you found a way to incorporate your belief into the actual scientific data that you know what I'm saying that we've been presented with?
The stuff they tell us is always based on a nugget, and then it's watered down to fit their narrative because they have a goal in mind when they sit down to take pictures or something or to make a galaxy. It always has to tie into their Roman gods or Greek gods, or there's always some angle and agenda to it that makes it about their shit. Whereas like God science is just basic stuff like the sky is blue, like that's just how it is. I'm sure
Right.
God
They
would
tell us
answer
the
you
sky
if
is
you asked
blue.
him often
Right.
enough, like why. You could figure it out because people do figure stuff out. So there must be someone there to tell them the actual truth of it that's provable and discernible, or there wouldn't be the need in us to even want to find it.
Yeah. Why isn't we?
Why,
Why? Why?
why does the drive exist? If there's nothing that's ever going to
Exactly.
fulfill the drive, why would it be put within us or even be conceivable?
Yeah, that's true, bro.
If
You know,
something doesn't exist, you can't think of something that doesn't exist by definition because it doesn't exist. So if you can think of it, it means it exists. That means there is a God, there is a devil, there is Jesus, there's all of it.
yeah, it's dragons, it's fairies,
Or
it wouldn't
people
be
would
a
have been like,
definition
man, shut
for a
that shit
collective
up.
thought.
People shut it down when it's bullshit. They shut it down immediately and it's put to bed.
Hey, so here, can I share this? You
Hmm.
mentioned a collective. I mean, how you envision the world, right? Beyond the poles, beyond what they've telling us. Consider this here. See that?
What? The Buddhist map?
No. So you know this map right here is this map was the world map remember this newspaper clipping? I just clipped it from the newspaper, and this was the important part. So I got to looking at this shape, right? And as I looked at the shape, I see that it literally forms
The pyramid.
a pyramid, because if we're at the top, like let's just say hell is beneath us. I mean, on a pyramid, right? Not saying we, because man, everything is,
It's an inversion though.
yeah. Well,
So
yeah, the inside,
it would
exactly,
be
exactly,
it would be a conical torus field.
exactly. So in order to get here, you got to go in, but you're not going up; you're going down in steps to get in,
Toroid.
right? But this is where we are at the top, and we and Polaris Star is right above us.
Always.
Always, right? So that's supposed to be God's point of view, God's eye view, right? That's how we describe God's eye view, him staring over the earth when we look at the this right here. But if you pay attention to this, you can see that the latitude lines, they get wider going south, and the continents are literally in four corners,
Uh,
and they converge in the north. And the sun, when it does its analemma, it's high in the north at the Tropic of Cancer, and then it's low in the south at the Tropic of Capricorn, which is around about right here or so. And everybody in the south of that is looking north to see the sun. You get what I'm saying now?
yeah, 'cause it's gonna always could be at a perpendicular angle.
And so it's always that
That's
that
where they
40.
come up with the swastika.
So look, that 45, exactly, that 45-degree angle is also the latitude. So it's expressed in the Gleason map itself. You can't, like, he can't, this is the circumference of the earth that the sun. This is why it's it's showing north, south, or northeast and south, because it's showing you how it travels around the earth. It starts here in the north, or it starts in the south, depending on what year it is. In the wintertime, the sun is far away from us, and it's in the south. So it's further out in this area. I'm sorry, in these areas right here. While we're in the north, it's colder. The sun's electromagnetic properties are not affecting, they're not creating an electromagnetic or microwave in between us and the magma below, the metals that's beneath
So
us.
you
That's
think
why.
that's what CERN's truly doing is just sapping the fucking energy out of the sun?
Hmm. I never considered CERN. I know that they.
They say they're smashing particles, but basically it's a big giant that would make some fucking gravitron.
Yeah, so maybe what they're doing is like we did with the microwave. We created a portion of the sun. Like we created like even with light bulbs, we're actually extracting a property or application. We're extracting a property of the sun, creating applications with its makeup. When we did with a light, when you realize the sun is it's an electromagnetic property. We basically doing the same thing here. When you look inside a microwave with the
Yeah,
magnetrons,
they're
it's
trying to create a
magnets
miniature
going
sun.
right.
Like
It's magnets going
that's
around
what
each
they
other
show
at
you
high
in
speed that create heat.
anything they show you in science fiction. That's what they've really trying to been doing in science actual. So when they show you Doctor Octopus trying to make a miniature sun and all that, like how many other stories was that in where they were creating a miniature sun or looking for this
Oh yeah,
other
absolutely.
source?
And they show it
In the
over and
Matrix.
over. They put it in our face. And so when you look at your boy Alvizad, he was showing us in that next map that he made. That's why you got the positive and the negative, and he's showing you. You feel what I'm saying? Like they're showing us the whole time, bro. Everything. And when I was showing you about the plasmas, these plasmas that they don't tell us that this is what daylight is. How do I do that? All right, this right here. This is what happens when you these are the noble gases that's right above us. They're not telling us that this is what's going on with the sun and how it affects the noble gases. Those vowels are clear until they get introduced to a magnetic field. Those are the absolute noble gases. I don't think that one of them is not a noble team.
It could also potentially be star in a jar.
Well, so here's
If
so
you
here's
could,
the deal.
if you
Did
could
did
make
you
the
see that?
star, because it is a water atmosphere, even though it's thinned out, it's still essentially water. So you could have the bubble protecting that charge indefinitely.
That's true. Oh, okay. So here's the deal. Did you see that article I told you about? I sent you the other day when you had the other two guys on. I was on my way to get some Black and Miles. I came back. You guys were gone.
Oh, I don't know. The chat was blowing up that night.
Yeah, it was gone. It was
I
gone.
have to go back.
So
It'll still be
so
there in the chat. I just got to go back.
so it showed stars. NASA shows you literally what stars look like. They're not visible. They're not visible to the normal eye under certain conditions. So when the sun is around, it's something, I don't know if it's light, the light of the sun that's blocking out, like they say. I'm not sure, but uh, they got something called a article that was just released on February 2024 that says that scientists have discovered aliens in the thermosphere, right? So they trying to show you all of these different maybe this is how I do it. Okay. They trying to show you all of these different NASA STS missions, and they're trying to tell us that these NASA STS missions are aliens, right? But when you look at them, you realize that they're not aliens. They're trying to say they're non-biological plasmic forms, plasma life. But what you realize is that they're not aliens. They're literally stars. So the stars are plasma. This right here.
Yeah, because everything in space is infrared.
So NASA goes through and it tells, because this is my PowerPoint in a debate that I was doing back when I had this understanding that I believe the Earth is a pyramid and everything is electromagnetic. So this is the atmosphere up here. So this is clearly, you can see the stars moving and entering into the atmosphere, which is that blue stuff that I showed you, the noble gases. Now watch, they're moving around. You know the 12-mile tether, right? I'm pretty sure you've seen this by Martin Stubbs back in the day.
Oh yeah,
But,
they got
right.
all kinds of hours of
And
that
we
footage.
thought that these was UFOs, but the entire time, bro, these are the stars that man shall pray fall from the heavens. When it says that the stars shall fall to the earth as figs from a tree. These are all the stars, bro. They're better. When you download the video, it degrades the video. It's a better video on YouTube, a lot better ones. So what I did is I discovered that all of these stars, what do they call the stars? They call the area where the stars at. Anciently, they call it the Sea of Souls. So the scientific paper states that these stars or these phenomenon that they're seeing are literally called they calling it possibly pre-life. The stars, they calling it pre-life. So when you I'm in the medical field, so I understand the zinc spark. The zinc spark, when the ionization of zinc in the conception of life is a great big light that comes over the egg. You know what I'm saying? You only can visualize it infrared, and of course, I mean it's an egg, and so
That's what it looks like. It looks just like fucking gametes in the egg.
exactly, exactly, bro. So all of this stuff that they hiding from us could be, I don't want to say a better purpose or a greater purpose, but if we just a little bit that I showed you, if it's true, then that's an answer for a lot of things, and then that means a lot of science have to be re-looked at. Just in a little bit that I showed you, that could be true.
We could all be in one big cosmic womb at one
One
time.
big one big organism.
It's all just a simulation to get everybody's brains ready for it. Because why build when you can build everything at once? Like, we don't know. Like, when you're at that level of creativity and ability, you could do anything.
Well, just think about what we can do if we knew that stuff. I mean, you already can make a motherfucker in the tube, bro. They already formed a super sperm way back in the early 2000s. You remember that? The
What
super
lies
sperm.
beyond it? What can like, where can you push it? Where else is there?
It- so what you find is the possibility of the story of the Anunnaki could be true. Because if they're writing miscegenation and the changing, mixing of animals and the mixing of vegetables and fruits and all of those things to make it bigger and more sustainable and all of this, then you read in the Bible the size of the grapes was this two people had to carry a cluster, and the giants was they weren't dummies. They were probably scientists and humans and philosophers and all type of poets and everything.
You couldn't have got away with bullshit ever like that. Someone would have been like, "Nah, where's these fucking grapes that it takes people to carry? Bring it on." But we see, but realistically, we still see that shit nowadays. There's
Still
fucking
see it today.
2,000 pound pumpkins
Pumpkin
and
the
people
size of a
growing a
car.
fucking 500 pound potato.
Fucking rabbit
So
the size of a fucking wolf.
they just have to get through that shit soil that's all buried on top of everything from the ocean and get back to the real soil and start digging that out, and they'll get that shit again. And there ain't no more hunger. Everything's just buried. That's what people don't seem to get. Everything's buried, and they're being lazy. Instead of digging everything up, they're worried about maintaining this consumer civilization.
Building it right back on top of it.
Yeah, let's just keep building over it. Like, nah, you got to get back to the roots and the foundations of shit to get to the good shit.
So that's kind of what the reset does. It tills the soil.
Yeah, you got to. But
So
first, to have
every
to lay fallow, it's got to be raised, then lay fallow for a season before you can replant. It's got to have time to recuperate and regain its nutrients and recompose, shake it off, so to speak.
right,
That's how they
right,
would do it. They would have the 7 year cycle, and then it would be a year of nothing, year of jubilee.
exactly, bro. So it literally takes for you to read some of everything to get the broader perspective. I remember I was reading Stacey, and he was talking about a story of a man that ended up going into, I believe it was Egypt, and he was telling them um that them motherfuckers is some young motherfucker people, and no, they had no elders that survived to tell them the truth. And it was telling them that the the world reset, like I think he said 5 times. The world reset 5 times. So you don't know your true beginnings. And the people that live in those lands that you live in are ancient people. He was going on further and telling them. But I remember reading that back in the day, and it just made me think. I'm like, what do they mean by started over? And I'm like, so more times than Noah, more times, yes. So when they talk about the earth being millions and millions of years old, that could be true. but there is no continuation, no continuous history of mankind, because every time the earth resets or a world resets, there's a new being, there's a new species. The atmosphere is different. The DNA is different than in those species than the other ones. You know what I'm saying? There are
There's
usually
no
a remnant
evidence.
of them left, but we
Exactly,
see
there's no evidence.
we had giants in the 1800s. We
And
had a you no remember
every story, it doesn't say God made everything and it was all brand new.
what
God
does it
made
say?
God made man and woman grown ups. He didn't make it. It didn't say he made them babies and they grew up. That's silly. It wouldn't work. They were fucking grown ups.
They were right, which makes you think about what it means by make.
The Earth could be millions of years old. It could have just been a project sitting on God's shelf for eternity, eons, just rocks and water just sitting there until he decided to do something with it. So yeah, we're like, oh, it's millions of years, but that doesn't mean it was used for our thing for millions of years necessarily, you know?
Absolutely. Well, just think about the book of Esdras when it said,
If matter
those
is
who
truly energy, it would be ageless anyway, though, right?
well, see, that's when we getting back into the star system, the star stuff, and the souls could be, the stars. Like some of when you die, and if you attained enough light, wisdom, or whatever it is that caused you to be bright, when you go to heaven, you shine as bright as the stars, as it says, if you know what I'm saying. And if you didn't, you know what I'm saying, you don't have enough light, you don't attain enough energy to ascend. You go down or you stay stationary, and you might appear as a ghost down here or an aberration or whatever. I don't know. I'm just saying. And it's an explanation for all of this shit when you start dealing with, think about it. The fucking Ghostbusters told us that ghosts were plasmas.
No,
You feel what I'm saying? And the truth is, like 2024, it's like, yeah, those are plasmas.
because
But
they
I
have to
learned
they put it out in science fiction well before they ever let you in on the
yeah,
reality of it.
exactly. Like,
That
what the
way,
fuck?
your brain's ready for it. They always did that though. Like if you go back, they would talk about hot air balloons and submarines and books, and then hey, look, they invented it 20 years later. It's perfected technology somehow, right out of the gate. Look at that.
Yeah, perfect. It's
That's
already
why
here.
you know it's always bullshit when they're talking about Moon and Mars. It's like they've been seeding that shit since the 1920s when movies first came out. They had people going to the moon and going to Mars. But why only those two places?
I think they ain't doing shit but showing you places on the earth that used to be inhabited and is no longer habitable. And they just showing you places that and telling you that that's the Mars and all of that. Because one time I literally seen a fucking bird in the background. And I swear, bro, I was a I'm like I was a Star Trek fanatic, bro. Like I was Star Wars. I always thought Star Wars was the old world that was destroyed in my mind. That's what I always thought Star Wars was an old world that got destroyed
Because that's what we have pretty much every time.
every time.
They got all these imperial buildings and all this old school shit, high technology out there. But then the people down there are just struggling and fucking junk hauling and cleaning shit up from the last fuck up.
From the last fucking world, from the last world destruction, discovering, rediscovering. I found a such and such and such and such in the sand. The sand had to be cataclysm, bro. And the motherfuckers just fighting in sand. Sand comes from the bottom of the ocean.
Exactly. That's why Tatooine was the important planet for some reason. Even though it's just a giant sand dune and they're fucking farming water on the dunes. But everybody wants to be there. It's the fucking spot where all the shit's happening.
Yeah,
All of it ties in.
because that's where your and you can see that's where the technology, the remembrance. This person knows how to do plumbing. This person knows the electricity. This person knows solar development of blah blah blah. And this motherfucker know how to build a dam. This motherfucker's a special. They all meet in these places and
That's
have
why
these
the meat
discussions.
inherit the earth.
Exactly.
They're like, yo, were you an influencer? Well, you ain't making the boat, so sorry. Oh,
I'm
you know
like,
how to do? You can build a house. You can do all the fucking. You can mix concrete. You can do this. You can make soil. Okay, come on, get in here. You know how to clone plants? Great, get in here.
right. Come on. Hey, I swear to God, I thought the motherfuckers that was building them damn forts out of damn dirt was real. I was learning everything I could from the motherfucker. I was like, yeah, you mean to tell me, bro, I'm about to build me a fort out of this shit. Come to find out they had a whole team there. It wasn't real. I thought that was, I'm like, this just two motherfuckers, bro. They built a
I mean,
whole fort, a swimming pool. Shit look like some Mayan shit.
you could do that eventually with two people, not like as quick like they did that shit. That would have been like 6 months worth of work for two dudes.
Yeah, for sure. You because they definitely, but all of that digging all that stuff out of there, that's a lot of work. But
Even
yeah,
with modern tools, you got to haul dirt. You're
yeah.
fucking
Even
busted
the
ass.
termite huts with the for the lie and all of that shit, bro. Like it's still it's application wise, it's real, but time wise, it's not realistic to do.
No.
But it's definitely inspiring as hell. Bring the end on. I'm waiting on. Give me the motherfucker that caused the end of the world. Give me that shit.
I'm gonna live in a cave. Shit.
I don't know what the fuck, man. My mama got some Roman. I live in Michigan in Detroit, bro. My mama got a Roman, some type of Roman, um,
Everywhere. This was Rome.
yeah. Well, this was tripped out. It's fucking Roman. What do you call the thing that you walk under when you get married?
The arches.
Yeah, the arches. She got that shit in her backyard, bro. When we was digging her shit up, I start seeing she does like archaeological crystal shit like that. I don't know nothing about it. She said, "This is fossil, Dad." I'm like, "How you know?" She said, "It is. Look, here's veins, blah, blah, blah." I'm like, "What?" In my mama backyard in Detroit. So we
Yeah.
live in a historic area where you cannot even make a pool in your yard without permission.
Because they don't want you to find shit. Because then they're gonna have
Exactly,
to
bro.
explain it.
Suspicious, right?
Like, so I thought we built this shit.
Yeah,
Well,
you see this
yeah,
little
that
pond,
we needed that story to divide it, everybody. So
bro. I actually found a pyramid or a mound in my community. And I believe they have been chipping away at it for years, reselling like the material,
yeah, they rediscovered the secret of Roman concrete. What do you think the secret of it was?
grinding that shit up and creating a mortar.
Grinding
And
what?
filling
Grinding what?
all of the motherfucking bones and everything that's in
The
that shit
bones
up.
of the giants.
Yes, all that
That's
shit.
why.
All
That's where the rhyme came from.
the lime.
No, remember the giant. Be he
Yes,
alive or be he dead, I'll grind his bones to make my bread. He wasn't
yes.
talking about making a loaf of bread. He was talking about making money, making that fucking heavy
Make
duty
bread.
concrete with the super calcified fucking giant bones and shit, mammoth bone, whale bone, all the plentiful fucking giant bones shit.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. I can see that.
Now what
I
do they got? They got to harvest seashells. That's why when you can even find the seashells, you start seeing the newer sidewalks breaking apart with the little pockets in them and the little bubble holes.
yes,
You're like, how'd
absolutely.
that happen? Seashells.
Because they using the old material and repurposing it. The scriptures say the kings rebuildeth up the ruins of old. You know what I'm saying? I could see them literally, man. I'll show you one day. They literally tearing this fucking pyramid down, and it's got grinder trucks on there, like they're reselling the material to remake the new world with.
Yeah.
They got a water reservoir next to every single one of them, and they call it a trash dump, and got gates around it. But it's like, bro, this thing, bro, it's so tall, bro. You can't. It will not. It's not no trash dump, and you can see that, like when you go through the Google, you go through the years prior that it had grass all over it. So they literally chopping down the mounds and the pyramids and reselling the material. They literally doing it.
Oh yeah.
I was once reading somewhere that you could use bones to make batteries with. So
Anything.
it
Once
make
you
you wonder
understand
about the bottom of
chemistry,
the Vatican,
it's having the right.
catacombs. Say
You
that
just have
again.
to have once you understand chemistry, you just have to have the right chemicals to make the right reaction.
Uh-huh.
That's how they proved the story when Elijah called down the fire and he soaked the water with wood. and it was a certain type of wood that when the water reacts with it, the nitrogen in the air ignites it.
Yeah, you see, all the Israelites are your first alchemists, your first masons, your first all of that. At least their families, the families that they descend from are. I mean, masonry is basically the knowledge of being able to have the knowledge to melt iron out of stone. You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta have the knowledge to throw the stone in the fire to melt the iron, because the iron is going to melt faster than the stone will crumble. And then when the iron comes out, then you put it in the smelter and all of that shit. You know, you refine it and you make your tools, putting it in sand and all of that shit, like back in the day, right? Even swords,
The
all that, then you
chisel.
shave it down, right? Well, you got to have the knowledge to do that, because the same knowledge to do all of that shit is the same knowledge that it take to create weapons. So they had to keep that knowledge secret. You feel what I'm saying? Mixing different chemicals, that's not a new thing. It was a more secretive thing, a more religious thing, where it was kept from certain people.
Yeah, you
But
can't let everybody know stuff.
yeah, all of those things, you
Yeah,
can't let everybody know stuff.
can't tell everybody how to make mushroom juice, or they'll be fucking losing their shit.
I definitely would. Exactly. I definitely would.
People, "Oh, I can't stop drinking it." You got to. You can't do it all the time. It's not good for you. Moderation, everything, even feeling awesome.
Coffee, milk, butter. Let's get it. But yeah, man. That's
Today.
what's up, bro. I just came. I seen you up.
Oh, yeah. Everybody else is missing in action. Oh, but it's okay.
Yeah, but it's very interesting, man. Seeing that all this information is, I find myself constantly in an argument with flat earthers, and I'm like, nah, we the same, bro. You just got to realize that all of the water is at sea level. So the lands are thousands of feet above sea level, ascending to the north. So we know that it's not flat. And we're not even taking into consideration the ravines and mountains and cliffs and all of that. But we talking about overall,
And they level out anyway when you have pools up in the mountains, so you're always going to have the same look no matter
because
what.
it's like a step pyramid going north. That's what it's literally like. It's a big circle of step pyramids going north. Like it's a
It would
not a
be the
lot of,
proper way to design a perfect garden. If you think about it, you would have the water
yes,
source come up and flow down equally out of the four headwaters
yes, bro.
that would equally water the land.
The same with the when you're talking about Eden. Eden is in the north. It didn't begin in Ethiopia. Like the Terra Sancta always moved. The land of God always moves every reset, right? Because it was a time where Terra Sanctum was in the south, the southern circle or whatever, in the land where the ice is now. You had it one time in Africa. You had another time in South America. You know, it constantly moves. So um I see that the especially when you read books like the Book of Adam and different books like that, and then you're able to see maps. I don't know if the maps were if the map makers were inspired by these books or not. However, I do see a correlation in the north, where God's holy mountain, the mountain of assembly, is, where Satan has said, we're not Satan, Lucifer, which was not actually a being, but Lucifer said that he would um ascend above the God stars of God in the far reaches of the north. And then when we realize the far reaches of the north is the center, and you realize when you look at the Herfer map and the map of Monday, and you see that it was a fucking pyramid in the north. And what if the actual pyramid, which is tall as long as it is wide, is literally the Polaris star that's right above us? And that hole in the top of the earth is because of that missing pyramid. And when it left, now we waiting on God to come back. Where is he? When I return. Return from where? Where are you? I thought you was with us all day. So that's why I said they confuse the God that creates everything, that's a part of everything, with the God of the earth.
Well,
The
they got
God
it
of
all confused
Yeah,
because they
yeah,
were
yeah.
loose children running around discovering artifacts with no basis as to what to connect it to. So they had to make Just the same as everybody does now. Some new shit pops up to like they try to extrapolate everything they can to it and make sense of it, but you're limited by knowledge. Even when you have all the knowledge available, it's still the same effect because your
Right.
confirmational bias is going to make you see things a certain way no matter what's presented to you because it just has to be that way for you to function.
Now, I think that it takes experience of individual to actually, if they're wired to get it, to get it. Like when I was 11 years old, I was burnt by hot water, scalded hot water. Fucked up my face, half of my torso at 11 years old. So they had to sedate me very deeply, to get all of the skin off and debride me and all this shit and the other. So when I was under, I ended up I, I ended up getting a call from my grandmother when I got out of the sedation or whatever, and she was like, "Yeah, we came to visit you a couple of days ago, but you that's when I learned about the sedation and the medication they had to give me." And I was
Well,
like, she was like, "But you was out of it, I was like, "I seen you." She was like, "Nah, you didn't see us. You was out of it." And I told her what happened. I said, "Uncle Andre came in. He seen my face. He started crying. You told Mama to go after him. Mama went after him, and you came by me and held my hand. You had on a red shirt, blah blah blah." She was like, "Your mama told you that." I said, "Nah, I was on the ceiling. I was literally on the ceiling, right?" So to this day, we had this conversation, and people don't believe me. My grandmother's still alive. My mom's still alive. You know, and my
no,
mom
you
had an
know
out of
when
body
you're
experience.
disconnected from your body. You
Yes,
know.
yes, and you can do it. You can do it when you drug. You can do it when you just sleep. You can do it. I mean, you can learn to do it. It can be induced if you can just pinpoint when to do it or how to do it. But there are people
You're not
who done it
supposed
by
to.
mistake, huh?
Yeah, you're not supposed to. It's dangerous. That's
Yeah, yeah.
why.
You're not supposed to. Right, exactly. Because you
It's
can get
dangerous.
somebody else in your place
Yeah,
come in when you win that, or you can become untethered.
because you don't know
Right.
how you did it. How are you gonna get back in?
Yeah, you can become untethered. But I literally was right above my body. And so when I seen that I had no emotion, I had no fear, I only can observe. I had no thoughts, no nothing. I only can remember and observe what I can remember what I observed with no emotions attached to it. Even looking at me down, I didn't even say, "Dang, you messed up." I just seen me. You know what I'm saying? All of that shiny face. They had all this oil on me and all of that. Face was pink, lips was pink. All of I seen me. Like, well, how could I see me? It was no mirror above me. I was looking. I was literally above me, looking down. Right. So and so fast forward. That's 11 years old. That's an experience that I thought was regular until I got older, and it was like you pseudo and all of the other names you can possibly think of, what I'm saying, that would be an ad hom to somebody who expressing something that someone else never experienced. It's simple as deja vu. I dream my future. I remember walking into my wife's house before we was married, and I looked up in the right corner and I seen some a dust bunny, and it immediately took me to a dream that I had. And I married her when I something. It took me to a dream that I had around 19 years old, and I remember walking to somebody's house, and I looked up and I seen this wild ass looking dust bunny in the corner of her house, and it hit me. I was at your house when I dreamed this, right? And then this happened a whole bunch of times in my life. Not
But
everybody
you
can relate
can't
to.
you can't ever change anyone else's words. Only yours. And no matter what you do, you can even tell them that you're in the dream deja vu, and they
Exactly.
still they still say the same
They
exact
still
thing.
say the same shit.
That's the crazy dude. I used
Exactly.
to I used to have it where I would be dreaming reality, and it would be a psycho loop. Like I had a dream that I couldn't wake up, so I called my uncle to convince me as I was awake because nobody else would understand, and they would have just hung up on me. So then when I felt like I woke up again, I called him, but I'm still like 5 levels deep in the dream in my head, saying the same exact things, and he's saying the same exact things, and I'm like trying my best not to have a breakdown. He's like, I don't get it, man. You're awake. I'm like, I know. That's what you're supposed to say. That's what you always say. He's like, you're awake. And I'm like, I know, but I'm not. And then
Yeah, I've been to
finally,
that.
fucking somebody came over that wasn't supposed to come over and threw something at the window. I was like, "What the fuck was that?" And it was hippie Brad, and he's like, "Yo, we're supposed to be going to the beach, man. I got the acid. Come on, let's go." I'm like, "Okay, I'm definitely awake. Hippie Brad's here. I would never dream about him." And my uncle's like, "God damn it, that's what I've been telling you for 2 hours."
Yeah, bro,
but,
that's
but my
crazy.
brain would not let it go because it was the exact same thing.
The
Picture
same.
within a picture within a
Yeah,
picture.
I've done that before. Peeing when it has to do with peeing. You feel what I'm saying? I dreamed that I had to go to the bathroom and go pee, and I woke up and went to the bathroom and go pee, started peeing and realized that I was still dreaming and started peeing on myself. 20 something years old, bro. So I know what you're talking about. Dreaming a dream within a dream. Yes, I can relate totally. Yeah, man. All this shit connected. But that's what takes me back to the mind not being a biological thing. It's more of a plasma. When you die, the evidence of your death, according to science, is no electrical current in their machine.
And you weigh 2 pounds less.
And you wait. Oh, I didn't know that. So the
Yeah,
soul is 2 pounds.
between 2 and 3 pounds on average. Like people weigh less as soon as they die.
I remember seeing that on In Search of back with Leonard Nimoy when I was a kid.
Yeah,
And they did that little test, and they had the little man die on the table in real life, and the little level change. And I didn't know it was a pound though, or two. I didn't even. I thought it was like some like I don't know even how to express something lighter than that, but I thought it was lighter than a pound. That's crazy, but that's some great evidence for me. So plasma,
remember the movie Cocoon?
I do. I remember all of them.
I think it's like that. Like you're this light being combined with the physical being.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
That
agree. I agree
that
with that.
is the parallel universe. You're the
And that's the
intangible
real
matter
world.
with the tangible matter. The juxtaposition makes the reality, so that you're visible and audible apart from God, but still part of God.
God and Earth.
Whatever name you want to give to the foundational creator of the foundation, like it's hard because it becomes that loop again, the infinity loop.
Hey man, you're very intelligent, bro. That's what's
What's
up.
God made of? If God makes matter, then what's God made of?
What matter is a shadow of what God is. Like the shadow of us. He's not affected by the shadow. He's not a part of the shadow, and the shadow is of him. So when you look at things, like for instance, I realized that the planets are not, you know, huge lights in the sky. They're actually gases that's being electromagnetically, photons are affecting them, which causes them to glow. When the sun circulates in those environments, those gases are pulled off by the sun's electromagnetic property. And guess what? They're being pulled when the sun gets closer to Earth in its season. Those gases get dropped off in the Earth's atmosphere. Noble gases are from the planets, not from Earth.
I want someone to make a recording that's playable from Saturn's rings.
Saturn's rings. I think they
I
got
think
that.
if you had like a top view of it, you should be able to take like a really high resolution image of it and then 3D print that and
Into
play
it. Yeah, you definitely can do that. You definitely can do that.
it.
Bro, you can take I'm into music, right? And I believe you are too. When you take a recording of a music, you can literally tattoo that on someone's body
Yeah, I've
and
shown
run
that to
that,
Ken Dog.
yeah, scan that back until you hear it.
It's the little
You can
waveform.
3D print that wave into a physical form. Absolutely.
That
That's
shit's
what's
crazy. It just
hypothesized
looks like
about a
a
lot of the
fucking
temples and
squiggly
planets.
line.
Yeah. That's the hypothesis about the tones of the planets.
That means
The
your
stage
artwork
that they
has music to it too, because you're making waveform.
yeah, for sure. Each planet has a different tone, right? And what if each planet itself, as I showed you the Earth, where we are at the top of a greater pyramid, what if extending beyond those realms below us, those luminaries are their suns and their moons or their lights? You feel what I'm saying? In those areas, I mean, it's the sky's the limits, man. When you got an intuitive mind, a lot of times people just like to accept what we given. One time, my cousin, she older than me, she was like, "Why don't you just leave well enough alone?"
Because other people did that and then they didn't get shit for it. They're still in the same place. Like, if I'm gonna be in the same place as I was no matter what, why not? At least I tried. At worst,
Well,
at worst, I'll still be in the same place I was when I started. At best, I fucking got someplace different and learned something new. So there's no downside to trying to learn, unless you're
yeah.
seeking to learn like evil knowledge.
Well, I think that all knowledge is just knowledge, and people just perverse knowledge. People perverse the knowledge. Like the knowledge is just knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Like a gun is just a gun until you use it to kill somebody with. It could be target practice. It could be, whatever the case, but it can be used for good or bad. Knowledge. The knowledge that the story of Lucifer or Satan, right? Satan is like Cobra to me. It's a bunch of the motherfuckers. And they got ranks of them. But
Satan wasn't Lucifer, though, is what I've
no,
always
Satan,
understood.
Lucifer is just an expression. That's Ha'alel, which is the
Lucifer was
expression.
no Lucifer was supposed to be like a ruthless Babylonian king. I thought.
Uh-uh. Lucifer is the only place that Lucifer appears in the Bible one time. When you look it up, you go to the Blue Letter Bible, it says Ha'alel, which means shining one. But in that whole description, it's talking about the king of Babylon.
Yeah,
That whole description about, what I'm saying, where you was, top of the world and this, that, and the other, was about the king of Babylon. And his description, Ha'alel, the shining one, that's what it means. But Latinization and transliteration
obviously,
and all of that,
hallelujah.
yeah, created a whole being off of it. If anything, the closest being to that in the Dead Sea Scrolls would be Baalel.
Mm.
Baalel is the motherfucker that's supposed to be against Michael. See, none of the, I don't think, when it comes down to even Christianity or Judaism or Islam, I don't think people really looking at to what it's saying. They talk about like the Israelites used to be henotheistic. They used to subscribe to one God but believe that there were other gods. This
Well,
is
they
why you
don't.
got
A lot of them don't understand that they're the same people. Eh?
yes, bro.
They're both Abraham's offspring. One's Ishmael, one's Isaac, and Jacob, and Esau, and all that. So they just don't. We're not taught the lineage of Ishmael, or we'd understand the rest of the fucking structure going on. They're
Well,
just
the thing
battling the
is
battle
that
of supremacy based on the fucking teachings of the handmaiden to her son after they were deposed and exiled. You know,
yeah, but I think the portion that's overlooked is
if you were that woman, what would you do? You know your son's got the birthright, so God's going to honor it. So what? You're going to be like, you know what? I'm going to teach my kid to do the opposite of that.
no. Well, here's the deal. I don't. So I'm a historian in a sense. So I don't really subscribe to the divinity of Christ. I subscribe to the historical Christ, but the divinity, seeing as though that the Israelites were in exile, the northern kingdom is in Asia, Rome,
The whole
Russia.
point of Jesus was that he wasn't divine anymore. He came down and became a human in flesh, just like us.
Well, yeah,
He
yeah. He
just
came through the
he
womb
withstood the
of a woman.
temptation. He kept himself pure and withstood temptation.
Yes, 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 yes. He was a priest. He was pure. He withstood temptation. That would be one of the holy ones that go to heaven if he was just a regular man. That would be one of the 144. Virgin, if he was a virgin. I read something that said he had a wife and kid and all this, that, and the other, but that still wouldn't have been against the law.
Exactly.
Even if he had a wife and kid, that wouldn't have made him unholy or impure or any of that.
Like,
So
and we only understand marriage from our modern ideas. Like, oh, you got to go to the church and the priest. Like, they didn't always do that.
he was the priest himself. He just made
Back in the day, you would just be like, all right, this is my wife. And
all you
that was
need
it.
is a witness.
Yeah.
This is my wife. We
I was
together.
like, yeah, he banged her. That's his.
Yeah, I seen him fuck.
We saw the blood on the blanket.
I see the blood. Man, them must be waiting outside the door, waiting on you to show the come out like, yeah, she was a virgin.
We know Brother Peter went over and smelled.
Yeah, man. So you believe that an angel is going to come out of the sky and cut down all of the wicked with his angels?
In some form,
So your interpretation of angel, what would you envision, even if you at your wildest imagination?
something in a flying ship. I would refer back to the Zoroastrian carvings and their depictions of beings flying around in their flying sky chariots, which it looks like the Jetsons. They're shooting lasers and shit. And that's why they hollowed out that mountain in Turkey to hide.
Ah, so did you see that movie? Dope by
Which one?
Jordan Peele.
No.
Okay, well, it was a UFO involved, and the UFO um had predatoristic behaviors. That's what they noticed. Come to find out, the UFO was the actual monster itself. So they proposed that the monster, the ship, was a living thing. So the other day that's what I was talking about, the stars, that they showed that these a mile long, let's say 1 meter long creatures made of plasma show living behavior, right? And that show and that literally the same thing is what he showed in the movie, that these mile long organisms are living, coming in and out of the atmosphere.
They showed it, they had it in Next Generation too, remember? Uh, I forget which race it was, but they had their humanoid forms and they had their little snake staff.
Yes,
And then
that's right. Yep.
they had the little fucking worm creatures that looked kind of
Yeah.
like the anglefish, but just tailed off. And then they were the ones eating the fucking orbs. They were eating the spirit energy.
Yes. They
That
was
was
eating
the
the plasma
sentient.
balls, the energy. That's exactly what the report says, bro. Bro, the report says that exact same thing, which is crazy that they put it in the movies, they put it in the show, but then years later, they actually show you in a report that
Yeah,
these
they
things
have
are
to.
living.
They have to tell the truth. It's part of the contract.
Ah, it's a contract that they got to tell the truth.
So what they did, they figured out their loophole. Fiction's truth and non-fiction's fake. So you got to learn how to decipher all the symbolism and esoteric knowledge of it all to grasp what's out there. So you got to watch all the media and begin sifting through it. And after a while, you can see it like you're seeing headlines, so you can learn which films to skip and which TV shows aren't pertinent.
That's
And it
kind of
just
like what I do,
yeah,
bro.
that's
And
what
I've been
everybody
doing that
needs
shit
to know.
all my life. You know what I'm saying? I've
Mhm.
been doing that all my life, bro. That's exactly how I like I don't. It's like you can't tell somebody how to do it
No,
because
it's
it's
just
got to be
natural.
something that's been.
It's,
It's like you got
it's,
to been a part of it from the beginning.
it's part of a natural gift.
Yeah, you got to been a
You know
part
how
of
they
it.
tell you you're given talents and shit like that?
Yeah, yeah, for sure, bro. That's crazy.
They chemically program you as babies when they inject you with shit.
Well, they must have gave me some superpowers, bro, because I'd be short of being able to read a motherfucking mind sometime and tell in the future. Like I can see how trends work, how trends are going, and my imagination allowed me to fathom what is possible.
I was
And
doing that shit yesterday. It fucked up my coworker because I was sitting there going boop boop beep beep boop 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 beep beep. He's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Safety dance, bro. Get with it. Hurry up." And he's like, "What?" And fucking like 10 seconds later, it started playing on work radio. He's like, "Dude," I'm like, "I told you, you got to get with it."
there you go.
And he didn't understand whether I put it into it and made it happen because I was the only one that gave a fuck and wanted it, which is possible, or because I'm just tapped into everything, every which way, so I can just go forward or backward as needed because it's all the same thing in your brain. It's just states of mind. The only thing that you're actually experiencing is the physical now going through your eyes and sensory inputs.
Yeah, but you
Everything
can
else
shut
is
that off
already.
and turn on the other some shit that's behind your eyes. When you follow yourself into that white hole, that white light, and you start going down that tunnel of that white light, it's not even a white tunnel. It's just a focus point, a focal point. That's when you start opening something else. Imagination, dreams. Like I
Pain
don't know what it is that you opening, but it's
beyond
something
pain.
other than what you experiencing visually. You know, you can sit and create worlds or watch worlds form behind your eyelids in that space. And not necessarily, I'm not saying behind your eyelids, but when your eyes are closed and you can focus in the inner darkness, you can see worlds generate and things and ideas. And then before you know it, you're dreaming. Whole movie. Wake up 5 minutes later and it felt like you've been asleep a whole 2 hours in a dream. You know, how we perceive things, it just lets you know how more faster we are without our body. I sometimes sit up, bro, and think about, man, I got to clean this room up, right? Because my only space to be dirty in my house is my room that I'm got everything at. It's just every fucking where. I had to vacuum that shit up. You know, bottles that I ain't throw out, food that I hadn't finished, and just my space, my little one little area with my computer and all that. And I sit up and think about how much I got to clean, and before you know it, after I go through it, I'll be like, should I do it tomorrow? I feel like I already did it. And it's going through the whole phase of cleaning in my mind.
And then you actually do the shit, and it only takes like 5 minutes. You're like, damn, why was I so lazy about this shit?
Exactly, exactly. It
It
take
wasn't even
quick.
nothing. It was nothing. What the hell's wrong with me?
Absolutely, bro.
I think that every time I do this, I'm like, there's all the dishes, but it's like 3 plates, 2 bowls, a pan, some silverware. It's nothing. It's like maybe 2 meals worth of shit tops, because that's all I have, just shit for me and my kid.
Okay, yeah, yeah, exactly. I'm a
But
minimalist
because,
myself.
because it's all I have, it's perceptually everything. So it's like, all the dishes are dirty at once. But it's really
Yeah,
like
we're in the UK,
12,
right?
12 things to wash. Hmm?
You in the UK?
No, I'm in California.
Oh, Cali. Okay, okay.
My girlfriend lives in England.
Yeah, man. I've been so let me ask you this. What is the biggest thing, the biggest question you have about this experience? You can't come up with an answer for. Like it bothered me. Like for instance, mine was the moon. Like I couldn't figure out what the moon was. What was it made of? And I came up with things like the moon is probably the same thing that the firmament is made of. Is made of a crystal substance that would be sort of like a quartz that would be magnetic and electrical electrically charged, is probably clear, and it takes the charge from the sun, gamma rays, in order to manifest the X-ray of the Earth, which is a plasma type view of the Earth upside down, right? So that kind of connected to the Earth is the it like my me in my head, and when I got to studying, I got to see that people already thought like this, right? But they didn't connect that the moon was a plasma, or it was an orb that emitted plasma, a crystal orb. What keeps it in place, revolving around us, it have to be affected by magnetism, right? Or electromagnetism have to be, because it don't even got to be solid.
Oh, it's
If it's
transparent.
exactly, it's transparent. So
Shit.
what is transparent? Crystals. The firmament is transparent. You feel what I'm saying? Everything is like that stuff up there is all energy. Like we gotta apply it, even though it is a spiritual essence. What if spirit is actually that unseen
What
science that is
what would a
plasma?
force field actually look like?
Say, what would a torus field look like?
A force field, like when you see the windows that they have on Star Trek, they can open up
It
fucking
look
the
like a
hull,
dome.
and they got fucking just a clear force field covering up the hole. And the woman's like, "I'll fall through," and he's like, "No, there's a force field, see?" And he taps it. And it's like,
Yeah, it's always clear.
and
It's
then they
always
lowered the fucking door back down. It was in generations.
yeah, yeah, bro. It's all look, bro. I come to the conclusion that all of that shit we've been forced behind. I seen a movie called Village. You ever seen that movie? The Village.
Yeah,
And you see how they were all forced
yeah,
into the
it's
little house
really
on the
like that.
prairie
There's
days.
places in America like that. If you travel around America, you'll see places and you're like, damn, it's like I'm back in the '85. The
Right, right.
hairstyles, the clothing, even the music is like they're still playing the same jams. It's like what?
Exactly. So you see that the earth is the people of earth in certain areas is forced into a little house on the prairie type age, if you will, when they actually already ahead with the flying cars, with the cure and a cure for that, and all of that shit
They
is
were
already.
advertising. They were advertising VTOL jet, make them at home kits in the '60s in Popular Science
Yes,
magazine.
exactly, bro.
It's the same concept as everybody's got drone technology. It's so cool. They've had that shit.
Bro, I make the motherfuckers, right? I make
You looked it up.
FPV.
You could go get an old magazine and look up in the back, and there's all kinds of blueprints, diagrams, and shit that you can order the thing for and build it yourself at home.
Yep, I seen
They
them.
used to make. You seen the cars back in the day? They made it so you could convert it into a plane. You just fucking open the trunk and put the tail on the bitch and pop the
Yep,
wings
I
out.
seen it.
Like, but no, they can't do. No, they even tell you they had cell phones back in the '40s. So the more
Hmm.
they make, the more you know. It's like I've been telling people, they always had the technology. This delusion of the state of caveman, it wasn't like y'all are thinking.
No, it was
It
never
was a short,
us.
short period of time. Just like if you're playing Clash of Clans, you're not level one forever. You're level one for like 5 minutes, and then you're fucking leveling up quick as you can, getting resources and getting smelters and getting blacksmiths and all that shit going.
Well, I
You
got a
start
theory about that.
building it up. You got to build up the technology.
I got a theory that before the end of the last age, before the end of the last age and the beginning of this one, there were a group of people that already know that the world was about to end, as it normally does, and they submerged themselves, or they hid themselves deep within of the earth, which are where 20,000 people can live, 30,000 people can live in one area, all over the earth. They submerged themselves down there, and they had a living a situation where it was able to live and sustain under there. It's set up like that from the early days. It's always gonna happen over and over. All you got to do is go down there and modernize it, over and over. It's already built. And the people was trapped for 1,000 years. And while there were some who survived the cataclysm, who stayed on top of the surface with modern technology, and they went through because what happens is when you need something, you have to create something. So that's what happens with development of humans. We create it. So we naturally develop, but the people that went inside of the earth, they didn't. They ran out of resources, and then the re-aging, the cataclysm was coming, and they was released. That's the Bronze Age period. And they was released out, and when they came out, they was called the Sea Peoples, and they was a different amalgamation of nations of people that went down in the earth and came back out later in that period, and they mixed back into the earth again, conquering nations. Some people they couldn't conquer, but many they could. And that mixture is where you got all of the people today. That's where we come from today. It had nothing to do with no Cro-Magnon or no Neanderthals or no all of those was people too. They lived and they were smart and technological, and they existed simultaneously with the
Dude,
Denisovan and
it's
the
just
Homo
head
sapiens sapiens.
structures. Look at Colombians and Mexicans and fucking El Salvador. Some of them look like fucking Neanderthal and Cro-Magnon. That's just how they look.
Yes, exactly. They was
They
people
got,
too.
they got
Regular
fucking,
people.
they're shaped like gorillas. They got fucking eye sockets like everything. And you're like, okay, I can see where someone came up with evolution from. This person.
Exactly. Because they don't
But
have
they
no
don't believe
explanation
they
for
came from
why
no
he don't look
fucking
like.
monkey.
Exactly, bro. But guess
It's
what? It was
retarded.
people, what they call the Australopithecus, Pithecus. They got it was real. They what they call them tree people or whatever. They was
Yeah,
real beings. They was real beings that was called a tribe back then.
they lived in
We
trees
dumb them
and
down when
adapted
we
to this
submit.
shit.
Humans submitted them into dumbness, but they were a They didn't talk, but they communicated. They traded. They had, you know what I'm saying? They knew how to communicate per se with people, humans. You know what I'm saying? They were well known, and we dumbed them down. We dumbed down the orangutan the same way. The orangutan was smart as hell. They show him in the types of men. It was a report called The Kinds of Man, and the orangutan was in that shit. Had him with a stick. He was looking like an old elder motherfucker. He was a lot taller than what he looked now, but they had the orangutan in there. It was called the orangutan, and the orangutan, I think that translates into I think that translates to the tree people or bush people or something like that. So I think that modern man in the reset of things where everything correlated, like the Bigfoots that we know of, they was called the Upnapishna boy by some Indians, in Muskegon, in Muskegon, Michigan. That's where they homeland was, in Muskegon, Michigan. It was an island, and the Indians of New York went to war with them, and supposedly only two of them survived from that tribe, and created babies from there. I said the author says the last he heard, um, there were only 12 family members of that species left, or that of that. So I think all of this shit was connected. And when you read about Alexander, when he took the Blemmy, people that's born with no faces, I mean with no necks, and you find out that I'm in the medical field, well, that ain't nothing but anecephala, ana anencephalus or whatever. That's a condition when a baby is born with no neck, right? So the face is on the top, the head and all of that is on the neck, on the face. So they'll try to mythologically say that those beings didn't exist, or whatever. But today it's a scientific aberration. But where the evidence
And
of
they
the
had
myth?
the elongated heads because they realized the brain would keep growing if the skull kept growing. The brain would just keep growing to fill whatever space it had. So they were trying to create smarter people by fucking deforming the skull cavity and making cone heads.
Yeah, all of that shit. But so look, I was burnt by hot water when I was 11 years old. right? I told you. It left a scar on me. My son was born when I was 24 with the exact shape on his face and chest as my scar is on my chest and face. He had a coincidence. But here's the thing: scientifically, it was been discovered in 2019 that a man cut his finger off when he was 10 years old, and he had a son that was born with the finger deformation that he had made when he was 10 years old.
Yeah, because it's in his DNA. That's what he transmits.
So the effect of any biological effect that that's strong enough, I guess it takes some type of trauma to photo take a snapshot of your DNA. I don't know what it was that made it happen. Traumatic, it seemed.
Or it can be
Um,
really great joy, or it can be really great trauma. It's just got to be something that really fucking alters you, and you know
good
when
point.
it happens. You know,
Yeah, good point. Great point. Actually, yeah, it could go both ways.
it's just we tend to focus on the negative because that's where we fail and that's where we hurt and that's the bad. So it's like it reminds us of that, and it's just part of the process so we don't fall back into shit and fail. You know, we want to succeed to avoid that feeling and that sensation, but if we don't experience it and know it, then we don't know what we're avoiding.
Good point. Absolutely.
Like people are like, oh, don't do this and don't do that. And it's like until you actually been in a car crash, you can say it all you want, but you really don't understand the full on mechanics of it and why you shouldn't do shit. That's why you get a different speech out of the person who just wants you to not drink and drive versus the person that drank and drive and fucked up hard and survived.
Yeah.
You know, they're going to tell you a fucking way more radical tale. It's going to be like you're going to be apologizing, like I'm sorry, I'm sorry I did it.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. And you'll be defense. You'll be a defensive driver once you've been in a damn accident. You'll be in the passenger seat hitting the brakes. You know what I'm saying?
I don't even let most people drive me. I'm scared to death of cars because I see how other drivers are.
Yeah.
They're
And you
fucking
trust your
scared, especially
defensive
in
driver.
LA. Holy shit. There's no defensive driving in LA. It's just called every man for himself. Watch your ass. Go,
Oh
go,
yeah.
go. Hopefully you're in an expensive car because that's the only thing that keeps people's attention. They're like, I don't want to hit a Range Rover. So me and my buddy were safe. Nobody wanted to hit that Range Rover SUV or his Mercedes.
Wow. Yeah.
They're paying attention to that shit. You driving a Lambo, people are watching your ass. They're like, nope, I don't want that insurance nightmare.
Oh my God.
Everyday shit, trucks, cars, that's what's getting battered up. People ain't paying attention. They fucking wreck their PT Cruiser, or they
Yeah,
just
man.
fucking.
I want you to consider my hypothesis about the pyramid of Earth, bro. Take a re-look
No,
at it.
there's a lot of reasons why it would make sense.
Yeah. Take a re-look at it, man. We got to get the flat earthers on point because that's why they keep getting defeated. That's
You
why they
can't
keep
get
getting
okay.
defeated with
Here's
that test, bro.
the one basic principle of flat Earth you can't get around is that the sun rotates around the Earth, and this is proven by the way leaf structures arrange themselves on plants in a
Oh yeah,
spiral
yeah, yeah.
formation.
That's not an argument for me.
They
I
follow
agree
the
with
light and travel upward, following the light in a spiral fashion, Fibonacci sequence,
you. Right.
following the sun. So that wouldn't happen on an orbit.
Yeah, yeah. Of course not. No, I'm in agreement. That's the only difference between me and flat earthers. You know what I'm saying? I'm literally a flat earther with the acceptance of the fact that going north, it elevates on all sides. It elevates. It's a higher elevation in the land. It's why it's called up north and down south. And the down portion of the southern continents, you know what I'm saying? That's their explanation. They're saying you're up under, but it's not. You're just beyond the sun's trajectory in the south at the Tropic of Capricorn. You know what I'm saying? And now you got to look north to see the sun, when everybody else is looking south or directly above at the equator to see the sun. You feel what I'm saying? They just tricking us like it's a pseudo. They created a pseudoscience. This is what they did, bro. They took the equation 1 plus X equals 2 and switched. Now they're saying X plus 1 equals 2. We experience 2. We're going to always experience this outcome. But all they did is change the variable. So where the sun is the where the earth is the center of the solar system, they didn't put the sun as the center of the solar system. We still experience the same outcome, the same phenomenon. You feel what I'm saying? But that's when you see that what they literally did. They literally took everything and switched it around. You know,
But
they
only
like
state of mind, the physical evidence always proves what's actually occurring.
exactly.
You
Even
see
with
star
the
trails
go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
when they take photographs of the same spot every day of the year. It's star trails.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. When they do it, it's the analemma of the sun. It creates a spiral. It's small
Or
in the north.
when you see a meteor or a falling star in the sky, you never see that shit shooting upward. Why? It's in space. You should be able to see them shooting every which
Going
way.
all different
Or
directions
yeah, it should be coming towards you sometimes. This way, that like sky's the limit.
unless they're attracted to the Earth magnetic field. If that's the explanation, I don't think that those, bro. I'm trying to.
There's no telling. It could be the force field could be like a non-Euclidean barrier, and they just go into some other physical form at that point, and just boop, and they're part of the simulation because that's what it would be to them. It's just like, hey, let's go be a part of this creation. And it's
So you saying that they could be living forces, and once they cross a particular barrier, they solidify into a rock.
or whatever. If you have the ability to be outside of it and perceive it and experience it, because it says the angels were praising God for the creation and they were present watching him make it, right? So they're taking part in it. I would think they could come and
Yeah, they're creating it.
they could
Look,
be they could be like, hey, I'm gonna fly down and be a cat for a life and live my life as a cat for a few years and enjoy that. And it's just like having a dream to them, but better because it's tangible
and
reality for a minute.
you have to consider us. And what if that happened to us?
That
Like
could be
these.
what we're getting geared up for, like to be taught how to appreciate all forms of life and to to like think and conceive things so that way when we go on to the next one, it could be like, hey, what do you want to try out? Like you might want to try out being a bird or something, or maybe you want to build a whole new construct to inhabit. Who knows? That's the beauty of it. It's like, why forfeit the possibility just to be a greedy, selfish person that's only focused on the tangible benefits gained by stepping on people and being a dirtbag in this moment of time, which is nothing.
No time at all. That's true.
Everyone's like, oh, time's almost up. For what? Time's been up. The moment you realized you fucked up and couldn't do nothing about it to ever change that fact, that was it. That was the end of your life. You knew it. You're done. Guilty as charged. That's it. And then Jesus forgives you, so you're okay. And if not, well, there's not much you can do at that point because you got to believe something.
Well, it got to be somebody he don't forgive. Got to be some people he don't forgive, because then it wouldn't say one
Satan.
third of the saints. 1/3 of the saints will only be survivors.
Well, he didn't. He doesn't forgive those that reject it. Like if you are like, I don't want any part of that. You know,
It
what do you
always
want?
made me.
Like it's like if you throw a birthday party or something, you're like, yeah, I'm throwing a birthday party, and some people are like, cool, let's do this. And there's a bunch of people that are like, yeah, that's cool, but nah, fuck that, I don't want to be a part of it. I mean, you don't necessarily hate on the people for not coming. You're just like, well, okay, you're not going to have the fun or eat the food or party, but okay, that's your choice. I don't know, because it's like if God truly gave you free will, He would find a way to make it right, with Himself. I would think, but I don't know. I don't know
Well,
for
what if
sure.
this? What if? Hold on, you talking about free will and man?
Yeah, if you have free will to truly have free will, that would mean you even have the ability to reject God.
Yes, yes, but you would have to literally. not be following the command to be fruitful and multiply, even in like you have to be knowledgeable, become wiser, meaning you're researching, you're reading, you're increasing, you're becoming more, not just in strength of doing push-ups, and but that has to do with what you put in through your eyes and your ears, what you experience, what you allow yourself to be increased with or defiled with. You know what I'm saying? Those things are measured. What was it that when we rewind this tape, all that crossed your eyes, what did you really enjoy? What was really life for you? Let's look at it in this big crystal vast that's before the throne that they say that's there. I don't know, but that's what they said that's there. Let's read. Once you realize that your memories, just like in fiber optics, data travels on light. The data that you're attaining it's being attained within a light, like a plasma, and you're probably that plasma. When you walk up and kick a dead body, it don't feel pain. It's you who feel the pain. The body is just relaying a message that it's been kicked. When you in dreaming and you get shot in the face, it's not yet. You don't feel your face get shot like pain, but you know you've been shot in the face in a dream. You know that you're falling. You know that you're having sex, and you don't have no physical. Uh, it's like no physical stimulation occurring. So the spirit, the mind, the data that we are separate from the brain, the data is the energy. That is what is carried on. That is what supposedly receives a new body. That portion.
Yeah, because you're sentient.
Yeah. And that's when you're talking about the cocoon hookup. That was true. Basically, they peeled the bodies off. It came out like plasma, not even light. Well, I mean, think about it. We scientifically understand plasma now. They were a plasma in all of them. Not in damn near every one of them. The beings are plasma. Even in that movie with Nicolas Cage, they were plasmas. So the scientific article that talks about these beings that's in the thermosphere and all this, that, and the other. I mean, I'm just saying, bro, it's really
And they
coincidental.
can alter form.
Yeah.
They had to have penises and sperm that would functionally breed with the human, make
Well,
Nephilim.
oh, bro. So it says that this plasma is a pre-life, meaning it contains things that would be helixes and like the formation of RNA. It's a real interesting. It's a real interesting piece.
But it'd be chaotic and formless at the
I'll show
same
you the
time.
abstract.
So it'd have the potential for any kind of misrights.
Now, wait a minute. What if that little field, that little area that you mentioned earlier, in order to come into this realm, it has to conform to that form, even if it's a physical matter form. The fact that it coming once it crossed that barrier, in
It's
order to
bound by the
maintain.
rules.
Say that again.
It would be bound by the rules, whatever form it was in.
Exactly. Exactly.
That's why it gets harder and harder for him year after year because all that's kind of left is humans and fish. There's fewer wild animals. There's fewer species.
Fewer material.
Everything's out of balance because of the construction of cities and society and dams. It's supposed to be a wild
Ah, definitely. Damn.
paradise.
But it's always been cities. It's been even greater cities than the ones that we built. I don't know if you look at the world of the giants and all of that and the titans and even greater and greater in that, and you know what I'm saying, and God Almighty himself is appears to humans. I mean, we say they look like humans as he stare over the circle of the earth. The humans look like grasshoppers to him. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if that's figurative. I don't know. I don't know if we are transcended into a a state of a plasma, which we spoke of earlier, in order to experience all that we see. Think about what it says. It says there's no wind, there's no sun,
Do
there's
you
no
watch
moon.
Futurama?
Yeah, I've seen that before. I haven't watched any new updates of it, but I've been through all of the series.
Like, the holophoner?
What is that?
So basically, the dude Fry, the redheaded guy, was always in love with the Cyclops chick, Leela.
Yeah.
So he learned to play this instrument. He traded the robot devil for his hand so he could play this holophoner instrument. And when you play the melody, it makes the picture, and people get to watch this fantastical vision of what you're playing, and it's like this whole thing. And so
Uh-huh.
that's kind of like what life is, this giant visual living song. We're all a vibration, we're the spoken living word, just like it tells us.
Yes, for sure. For sure. For sure. When you study cymatics, you can see that that is what vibration is what forms matter.
And
Not it
there's
don't create it don't
angels,
create the matter.
angels can be up there making songs that make trees and make, like we don't understand how things really are constructed or manifested or any of it. But if you think about it, that's what Jesus was doing. He was adjusting his frequency to be able to walk on water because he understood that it's just matter. And he's just matter. And he's just got to lighten up and walk on it. Because that's how it is when I'm in my dream. I'm like, why am I bound to the ground when I can just climb up here and sit down? And then once I figured out how to just climb up in the air and sit, then I figured out I could just start walking up and around instead of trying
Yeah.
to do the Mario moon jump and get up there.
Yeah. Nah, for sure. I actually had become a master of my dreams where I can make anything happen for a longer period of time. When I first began, I began to wake up when I began to realize I was controlling myself and my thoughts in my dream. I would wake up shortly after realizing that I was in control. But as time went on, as I got older, I began to control my dreams and can stay sleep and maintain in my dreams, making decisions and doing things. Um, and believe it or not, that came from a theory that came from watching Nightmare on Elm Street Dreamcatcher. When it was like you can control your dreams. And then one day I was sleeping, I remembered that, and I ever since then I was able to control my dreams. I got older and I realized that's called lucid dreaming.
Huh.
And then I got even older and realized further that lucid dreaming awake is being in the zone. When you're awake and you're able to do whatever you think as soon as you think it, it's a feat that only can be expressed as as dreaming awake. When you're able to accomplish whatever it is you think to do as you're thinking it.
Which is why people say, what? You
You in
live
the
in the
zone.
dream.
I'm living the dream. I'm living the dream, baby.
That's why DMT is so wonderful. You're in a full on waking dream state.
Full on waking dream state. Can you see two things at once?
You can
Are
see
you
all
able to see
kinds of crazy shit.
two
One time,
realities at one
one
time?
time I was just sitting there and I was like, I could feel it body high from it, but I was like, man, I might complain to Hippie because I ain't really seeing visuals. And then it was like someone went koosh, and you heard a big flush, and all the artwork and shit on my wall just went down a drain backwards into nowhere, and then like just went and splashed back out.
Wow.
I was just like, holy shit!
Well, imagine able to
It's
see
like I take
all
that
the
back.
shit.
I'm not going to complain. Those are great visuals. That was some of the best shit I've ever seen in my life, and I've seen lots of crazy shit.
That's sweet. What did you now with the knowledge that you have? What did you interpret? Like, what was your interpretation? What did you try to realize it as being, or did you just chalk it off as a trip experience? Like, did you like? Because I would have tried to realize, say, did I really experience it in a certain reality, not necessarily a matter or material wise, but did I see that in a portion of me or my understanding of myself
It had
that
to
can
happen
only
on some level of existence because you can't see things that aren't there because by nature your eyes only see what light passes through and is restricted by and slows down. The slowing down of it takes in the information and tells you what's there.
Well, yeah, but then pressure can also change the way you visualize things, and it could have been a high pressure from the experience of the chemical, or a low pressure, or it could have been different variations. But I would have to go through everything to actually recognize what I'm experiencing. Like, am I experiencing this
It's the dream
from?
molecule.
Hey, you remember that shit back in the day called the Fun Vax?
Mm.
It's a video that supposed to have Bill Gates addressing NASA about, they pinpointed a portion of the human brain in the frontal lobe that lights up when under an imaging scanner when a person prays. And when a
Hmm.
person is not a Christian or a theist, it's very dim and it doesn't light up at all when hearing a prayer or being introduced to some type of hymn or something like that, right? So they pinpointed that they created a vaccination, he discussed. And what it was supposed to do was supposed to, in the presentation, it was introduced to
To
attack
neuter 'em.
the the religious zealots in Iraq, that, you know what I'm saying, it caused them to not to be so zealous about their God and this, that, and you're supposed to neutralize that. And also, I often wonder, seeing with the number of people who have less belief in God, you know what I'm saying, like, did they put that in shit somewhere throughout, you know what I'm saying, the inoculation period, whether it been in a flu vaccine, all of these shits is mandated in order to get jobs and put your kids in school, and like, it just
Because they
seems
believe a
real.
certain way.
Right. And then, like, you got so many people who were initially, especially in the black community, all you seen was motherfuckers that believe in God. Now, most of the motherfuckers don't believe in God at all.
They like to call themselves God, and it's like, yo, straight, man. Don't you
Yeah, yeah,
understand?
yeah.
It's
All that
only
shit, bro.
degraded. The culture's degraded. Everybody that strays, your culture degrades.
The woman is God. God don't
Fake ass
exist.
women, fake ass eyebrows and eyelashes.
Right. But the whole thing is, bro, it's like they literally forgot what you remember as a child. You knew God as a child before anybody ever told you about a God. You knew of a being that you were safe with, or you seen the world different. Just like
You
we
saw
saw
everything
you saw everything.
because they couldn't shield you, and they still
Yeah,
can't.
they didn't know how, because they didn't know how to attack you yet. You know what I'm
They
saying?
can't
And
destroy it.
we was the final frontier of that. I'm 50 years old, bro. I remember when I used to come in school that motherfucking Gleason map was on the school chalkboard. That Gleason map was on my school chalkboard, and I
Yeah,
know that
you
they
notice that there was a certain point where they just stopped pulling down all them maps. Period.
yeah.
And then they slowly took them away from schools.
Bro, how the fuck is all of the maps now got all of the continents facing you, and you supposed to get an idea of how the Earth is shaped? They got all of the continents facing you now. There
And they're not
is
even
no
the right
top.
size. They're not even the right size.
There's not even. Listen to this. In 2019, I believe it was a dude named Nakazuki in Japan won a competition. The competition was to convert the globe Earth into a flat map without uh distorting the land or the water. So what he did is this: he took the globe Earth and he divided it into 97 or 92 triangles. And then he took the triangles and he formed them into a tetrahedron, which we know is a three pointed um uh pyramid, a triangle pyramid, right? And then he took those and then he unfolded them into a flat map and got an award for creating the flat map. It's called the world's most accurate map. It's called the what is this map called? The map is called
What do you think about the theory that the actual Earth map is burned into the surface of the moon?
Well, yeah, that's what I was telling you earlier. I
That's what
believe I
they
don't.
see as craters. They're just seeing where the land masses are not reflecting the moon's light back.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think that the moon is a crystal that's clear, and when the sun's gamma rays and X rays hit it, it reflects the surface of the Earth in a negative type form, like a negative of a video or a negative of a photo.
Yeah,
It reflects it in a negative because of the gamma rays and the X rays. There's no color. It's just the gamma rays and the X ray emitting or lighting up that crystal, and it's reflecting the Earth because of the Earth shine itself back onto the moon. I believe that they, like I said, I believe that they're orbs, crystal made of the firmament because they are. That's the only quartz itself is electromagnetic, and I'm pretty sure that there are other crystals because it has to be. It has to be the sun and the moon has to be geological. They have to be plasmic. They have to correlate with electromagnetic radiation and all of that other shit. They
yeah.
not
It's got to be the same materials as this stuff to work with this
exactly,
stuff.
exactly, bro, exactly.
It's all
So
animal, plant, or mineral
exactly,
or energy.
exactly. And so when you see on Earth the things that would be electromagnetic, like what can what because I consider the sun and the moon, like I said, they're smaller and they pretty much the same size and they are all kept in space in their places due to the ring the earth. Think about this: the magnetic circle we consider the south circle, that has to be magnetic, right? And then when you look at the salt water itself, the sodium chloride, right, right, has to do something that has to do with conduction, right? And then you look at the phenomenon of what they call when you heat up a magnet and then you can make it form in any shape. It can sit on a disc. What is that called?
Well, they can go super cold or hot.
Yeah, superconductor. Yeah, superconduction. So you can see the effects of superconduction with the makeup of the geological. So the Earth is a geological life force. And when you look at the edges of what the Earth is, this is my theory based on the coldness, superconducting, you know, and the circle can be magnetic, and then the center is magnetic, which actually gives the sun, which is electrical, the moon, which is, I haven't concluded what that is yet. It could be just a neutral. I don't know. But I just see that it's a machine. It's all a geological machine. We use metals and we use magnets and we use electricities, and we're just adopting the principles of the earth and using each thing individually to make our life more, you know, uh,
Easy.
comfortable,
It's
easy.
laziness.
Yeah, yeah.
But
But
we
when you
don't
look at
understand that the ultimate form of it's right out there. That's what nature is. It's the ultimate goal. It would be the ultimate pinnacle to be that level of just biostasis,
yeah, there you go. Exactly.
where you can just live in a cave or crawl up in a tree and sleep, or just lay on the ground because it's warm and the animals are subdued and everything's groovy. It's only the people that are lazy that make everything a nightmare with their cars and their fatness and their endless demand for things they don't need.
Bro, we
They're
probably
buying,
without
they're buying kids toilets for toys now, little toy toilets. The Skibbity toilet, and I was like, What's in that thing?" And the kid's like, "Toys," and I'm like, the mom's just like, "Yeah." And I'm like looking at her like, "You signing on for this? Like, really? You realize shit has psychological consequence, right? Your kid's growing up playing with a toilet." So when he's R. Kelly, or the victim of an R. Kelly, it's kind of on you, mom. Right? Two girls, one cup. Nah, that's your little guy because you're teaching him that
Bro,
shit. My son saw it. He's like, "What the fuck is that bullshit?" I was like, "Right? What kind of freak wants to
toilet.
play with a toilet? That's called plumbing. You got to get paid to do that shit, and it ain't playing."
Yeah, man.
The toilet's full of toys. Like, no, it's not, moron. Fucking life lessons. Because it's not just going to be for the kid that's old enough to read. The littler kid's going to be like,
Right?
hey, let's just make it so anybody can have an ID and get it made in China out of plastic. Fucking
Nah,
bored.
I was thinking about getting my son this AI robot. It's like $700, right? But
Can't
he's like
trust it.
9 years old. He just turned 9 in beginning of October. And I'm like, this is like the best thing for you. You can ask it anything. It answers questions on the spot. You can ask, it's like having it's the same thing as having the little robot that you can ask to turn on your Lexi, whatever that mug is, that you can turn your lights on and stuff.
Alexa.
But Alexa, right? However, it's more interactive and things like that. You know, you can play video games and
What is it
remember
by?
yeah, it's more. Man, he
A
looked
lot
at
of their
like
a lot of their products are biased, and that's scary.
he looked at me like I was crazy. Like what? But I don't want nothing like that.
They showed the Alexa is pro-Muslim.
It's pro-Muslim.
Yeah, there's videos on it. It's crazy. They're asking all kinds of questions about Jesus and Muhammad and everything, and it was always pro-Muslim on everything. Everything else was like, well, I mean, that's possible. It was always uncertain or theories. Like there was some reason why it wasn't. But the Muslim shit, nope, it's good.
I grew up in Detroit, where it was always the Farrakhan and all of them around. I never adopted that train of thought, and I always thought this that if because I thought the Christian before I realized it was Hebraism before it was Judaism and the Babylonian shit before Judea I mean and the Christianity was after that and all of the different sects of Christianity, separating from Catholicism into Protestantism, Calvinism, and all of that. I went through the whole thing and realized that Islam is another is another it's like a reaction to no law being in the land. No Christian, no book of the Jews, no Christian, none of that was around as Islam is gaining its strength in the
They
lands where
wouldn't,
it
they
was
wouldn't have
gaining its
been, they
strength
wouldn't
in.
have been allowed to represent.
Exactly. It wasn't,
They would they'd be like, "You're not Abraham's kid. Give us that shit. You can't be a part of that. You're not that."
for 400 years they had no laws, no Christian, like because the world ended. That's what I mean. It's points in history where you literally can see the world ends.
Not his finger, his big giant long ass light up finger.
Figure the light up what
I'd be like, "Yo, man, use that shit to heal me. Like, just do a full on body healing with your finger wand, ET."
right. Anything the matter with me, just zap it out
That's
right.
that's what I would want. That would be my question about everything. I'd be like, why are we kept from healing? Why can't one of us learn to heal like Jesus did? If it is possible, why can't it be redone as it said it would be?
Because the sacrifice, bro. Alchemy, something for something, quid pro pro. You gotta sacrifice
What?
your pleasurable things in order to get those spiritual things. You got to deny the flesh, even in witchcraft, abstinence, purity. Why? Because your chemistry, your charge, your chemistry,
There's got to be more to it than that because there's people that keep themselves pure and they still have no clue and they're not capable.
what the thing is they're not wired to understand what it
And
is.
and but think too, a lot of the examples were given of people that did perform miracles and go above and beyond. They weren't always the purest people. They were the salt of the earth. They were imperfect, but they retained their purity within.
But
They just had The barnacle outside, their sentient energy was still the way it was created to be, pure.
Well, if we talking about the Bible, we only talking about Jews or Israelites.
The Jews in the Old Testament are the same thing
The Jews in the Old Testament are the same thing as what?
as the Jewish people believe. They don't deviate until the New Testament stuff. All the stuff you find in the Old Testament of the Bible, you'll find in the Torah and the Book of Kings and all that.
Yes, the Old Testament is the Torah and the Book of Kings and all of that. The prophets and the Tanakh, the law.
The Decalogue and
But you don't get the New Testament until Paul comes in and try to convince the Israelites that scattered that a new covenant is underway. The Israelites are not in the land; they scattered. You got King Herod, who was a vassal. He's a Roman. He's a Edomite and he's an Idumean, which is Edomite Japhet according to the Book of Jasher. Is an Edomite Japhet mix. So the Idumean king is not a Jew, but his wife adopted. He adopted the religion through his wife. You can read a lot of that through Nemo. How Nemo's wife is related to King Herod, and he had sympathy on the people in the Jewish community in that area, which are at the time were Turkish Khazarians and Ashkenaz in that land. Um, he had sympathy on them, and so he wouldn't persecute them like the other people wanted him to do because of his sympathy that he had on his wife. But when Nero was murdered, all of that changed because the first plot on Nero he caught had his homeboy, which was a person that he looked up to, his informer, his I forgot what they call him, but the person that give him good advice and stuff. He had him and a couple of other people killed. Then they had his son sent away. That's when you get off into that Piso, the
he
Piso
was the
Christ. Yeah, and what's his name? The Jewish historian. The Jewish historian. That's a pen name. That's not his real name. But yeah, I've been studying this for a long time, man, and it's a big a bunch of BS. It's like people mixing religion with nationality, and it's like nothing even. It's I see why Christianity came along because that's supposed to done is unify the three under the one. But Catholics did it wrong because they included Mithricism. You feel me?
Yeah,
They included
they're still
paganism in
with
it.
all of it. They're still doing Baal worship and Moloch and Dagon and
Exactly.
all these
They
other
included
false
that.
gods.
But that's why you see Calvinism emerge because that's the Reformation. But Reformation is a Jewish movement. Those are people who are like crypto Jews. They secretly keeping their religion, but conforming to Christianity out in the open. They even would barbecue on their front porch, bro, to make people think that they was, you know what I'm saying, wasn't Jews. Because that's when Jews was getting, you know what I'm saying, getting persecuted. They got persecuted everywhere. Kicked out of Spain, kicked out of Portugal, kicked out of South Africa, kicked out of West Africa, kicked out of the Netherlands, kicked out of Germany, kicked out of France, kicked out of Scotland. They all came to the Americas, bro. They all, not every single one of them, but
Punish them for being the lineage of Jesus. Because he was the tribe of Judah, the Jews.
yeah, the tribe of Judah, Jews. But Jesus himself, bro, like Jesus himself, he born in Egypt. I mean, he's born in Bethlehem, but he's raised in Egypt. In Egypt
And he
is
was
where they,
Nazarite.
huh?
He was Nazarite. He
Yeah,
was of
Nazarene.
Nazareth.
He took the Nazarene oath.
And he spent like a few years in Egypt as a child.
Yes, a lot of years in Egypt.
She's a Shebrew, not a Hebrew.
The Hebrew.
correct.
Yeah, man. You're a very smart guy, bro.
Thank you.
Very, very entertaining, what they call it, edutainment.
I
I like
try to
that
stay
one,
well rounded.
the one quote when you like basically you don't want to isolate yourself to one thought, but stay open and basically reconforming because new ideas form. You know what I'm saying? This is what I'm getting from it. Because your new understandings form better thoughts can manifest and create positive outcomes in the physical world. But if
And
you
the
just
more you know, the more you grow, the more you see things differently. Like you could hear a song you heard since you were a kid, but until you actually get the meaning of it, you don't get it. And once you do, then your eyes are open and you're like, oh shit. And then it's a whole new world because suddenly you get everything. Like,
yeah,
wait, that's an entendre. That's an entendre. Everything in society is basically sexual in nature because people are that limited in thought. Wow. And then you start seeing all the other layers, and it is they live. And you don't need sunglasses because you can see it with your naked eyes if you really look hard enough.
yeah, yeah,
It's been the
definitely.
underlying concept since day one.
Hey, bro.
All of it. The campaigns across America, the subliminal messages, the subliminal music, the overt music, the overt messages. It's always pointed out the truth. Fuck the system. They're just going to repress us. We can't progress as a species until we get rid of this master slave thing. And we're better than you guys. We own. No, you don't.
So let me ask you this:
I've got a deed. You can deed these nuts.
who who do you
You're
say
the.
in charge of all of that?
That's where it becomes a thing of there has to be a religious force that's timeless and living through everything, controlling it all, that they're subservient to, that can affect physical punishment and control it all. Whether it's only able to influence, like, you know, on a psychic level or whatever its control arm is and ability is, there's clearly a hierarchy and a structure to it and an agenda to it that they have to follow or they're taken out by the others. And that's only because they would be taken out. So it could be all based on fear of the unknown and no one really knows, but they're afraid to know just because of what the other followers have done before them. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They
I
might
just
not
want
actually answer to Satan physically or in a spiritual form, but the fear that one of them does, and then he comes back, he's like, all right, I just talked to Satan and he told me this and this and this and that and the other. So put it into practice or else. And they'll be like, oh, okay. Because otherwise he'll call his people and be like, yo, 20,000 whoever shoots that bitch in the head first. She's a doubter. I don't want her spreading dissension.
that
Because
sound like
people,
what my man said that shit in Scientology.
yeah, they're based on Aleister Crowley, just like everything else. Sex magic, demonology. That's what L. Ron Hubbard was into. That's what they're all into. They're limited thinking. They're all think outside the box. These motherfuckers are inside the box. I'm all about who told you the fucking box was a square to begin with, A, and who says I'm even in it, B.
Right.
I'm, I'm the hand that's slapping the box out of your hand. How about that? Dimension 5.
Have you ever seen a ghost?
Not in the sense that I believe it's a ghost. I always think it to be a demon energy.
Huh. So how would they be a demon energy opposed to a ghost? So a demon, I
A ghost
imagine.
would be like a deceased human, right?
Say that again.
A ghost would be a deceased human by most people's definition. So that would have a place prepared for it to rest or be
Okay, yeah,
tormented.
you understand. I understand. Yeah,
So
I just
that
want to
that's the, everyone kind of agrees like there's hell or some form of torture for bad people when they die. Their spirit gets tortured, and good people get to rest in some form, right? So these fallen angels, once they lost their physical form, they came down and gained a physical form here that was able to reproduce and shit. But there's no saying it was an eternal form. So once they're detached from it, that's when they just become shapeshifters, and they're subject to the whims of the perceiver's imagination. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder, right? And that's kind of how it works. Like in Ghostbusters, choose a form. If
right.
you think the devil is a little cricket, then by all means, he'll be Jiminy Cricket for you. If that's what it takes to fucking get a hold of you.
Hmm. So I think that the fallen angels still have their forms, right? They wouldn't be able to be chained. I believe that the star forts are the names which are the frequency of the angels that are beneath them. You understand? So they kept close to militaries throughout time as
Yeah,
forts.
there's the seals of Solomon.
The seals are the names of the angels.
They
The
always say
shape
it's just the
shape
star
is
force,
their
but
frequency.
they don't think about it if you did it as fucking it's Solomon's stars, it's magic stars.
Yeah, seals, which are their
Magic
names.
steel.
They're seals. That's the names. The names are the frequencies. The frequencies when they're in the sky, when they're above, that's their name. Their frequency is their name, which is the
That's why
shape
they're
that we
looking
see.
for the ones that are the ones that's missing in Antarctica so heavily,
Yeah,
because
yeah, yeah.
that's the one that holds the key.
Well, the one that holds the key. So listen, my belief is different. Based on all of the things that I read, I've been different for a long time, right? And I don't believe so. Hmm.
Here's the thing, though: you got to go back to what you read, right? Everything we're allowed to read that's in any kind of man-made form is a government-centered and approved piece of media. The only real we get is shit like this, or listening to amateur shit where people aren't filtered or censored. And yeah, they got an agenda, but it's obvious. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 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 for sure, for
If you
sure.
go
Like,
buy a
like,
Bible, the Bible's great, but at the end of the day, it's the Bible the government approves for you to read. It says, yeah, that's okay. So that tells you it's been edited heavily to the point where you're going to get some good out of it, but it's been altered and diluted to make sure you don't gain the power you were supposed to. Just like
well, no, no.
everything.
I kind of had a 400-year-old Bible that was passed down from family.
Yeah, and there's lots of
And
stuff that's different.
yeah, and it is some difference, but it did have the apocrypha and all of that in there.
Yep.
It did have the original months, like the months that it had. I think it had like 13 months and shit like that. It didn't have 12 and all of that. Had
It
different
said
amount
where
of.
God comes from.
So it had an Enochian calendar, is what it was called. Enochian, Enochian,
Turtle
Enochian,
shell.
Enochian calendar. It was something like that. That was the name of the
It's
calendar.
13 months, 28 days each.
I ain't seen it in like 5 years, so I don't exactly remember, but it was something like that. It was
Yeah,
definitely
it's a Native American thing too, because that's the back of the turtle shell.
mm.
That's
Well,
how
I
it's
will say
divided
this:
up.
it looked like some alchemy type shit. It looked like some Mason type shit when I was looking at it back then. You know what I'm saying? I didn't understand what I know now, but I was looking at it like it was masonry shit. But I realized it was like alchemy. It was the constellations. It was the days, the months, the years. All of that is on a wheel, and it had the earth below, right? So, but the thing is, bro, if I showed you some of these alchemy symbols that I extracted, it'll blow your mind because it's like pictures within pictures. It's like let me bring up one. This is This right here.
Have you made your own alphabet yet? Like after a while, you should be able to construct your own alphabets
Okay, after a while,
and symbolisms. Yeah, because once you understand the formulations of why letters and symbols and kanji, all of it, then you can make your own
yeah, for sure.
and have it actually be understood by a computer. Sorry, Cord. Oopsie doopsie.
Oh, I didn't know I was sharing it. Hold on. That's one. All right. What is that? You see this symbol, bro?
Yeah,
You see the constellations? You
it's
see the
incomplete.
stars?
It should have a full circle beneath it to be Mercury.
You see this? All of this? This is God's perspective above the firmament. This is the firmament right here. These are the stars and all of that beneath it. The earth is beneath that, right beneath it. And this is the Polaris star right here above it. And this is God's perspective. I'm talking about how they drew shit in the 1800s, bro.
Yeah, based on the balloon flights.
That's look at that. That's
Do you
wild.
imagine the balls back then? To just take a balloon up as high as you could fucking get it, take pictures, draw the shit, whatever you had to do, and then fucking you had to parachute your ass back down. But you just had to fucking glide and free fall until you could safely shoot.
I thought that they would just decrease the amount of heat that was going in. Balloons have been shit. I believe that the Egyptians or some of the motherfuckers use balloons, bro. I think that
They've
technology was
always been using that shit. As soon as you seen some shit catch fire and float up in the fire, you're like, hey, shit can fly. burning.
right. You see that? I see that shit now. Right. Motherfucking ash floating across. You like, hold on, wait a minute. Motherfucking a paper bag, go some paper or
As
some thin.
soon as you see fucking big giant leaves blowing, you're like,
Yep. Exactly.
Because just like a kid, when you see fucking Mary Poppins, you're like, yo, that makes sense. The fucking umbrella slows the air down. And then you're like, how many umbrellas do I got to jump off this roof with to fucking slow myself? And it was 5, but I still landed hard. But I did feel that I
But
slowed
you
down.
did feel the resistance, though.
Yeah, it was like a slight drag shoot for 1 split second, and then it was like thump. Everybody laughed, but I was like, nah, try it. You'll feel the difference. It's like
This
when you jump up, when you jump from a certain height, you don't feel the wind resistance against you. But when you go up even higher, you do, and you can feel yourself doing micro movements that steer you through the air more. Because the velocity changes just enough to where you have more micro control over it. It's like, oh shit, there's a whole new ball game. Got to figure out how to land properly again.
Yep, exactly. And we go through that through experience. Any one of us could have created something like, oh, it's like back then it was open. What's that called? Where everybody can come in and contribute to a application or something.
Open source.
Open source, yeah. Back then it was open source, and that was distributed through the magazines and shit like that. Better irrigation, you know what I'm saying? Electric, like using electric current to cause your fruit to grow. Electrolysis, what's it called? Electrolysis or some shit like that.
Oh yeah, and this shit's still all
That was
out there.
in
You
those
just,
modern science books back then. Like, why? What happened to y'all? How did y'all forget that shit? We were looking at the modern science books,
they
display
don't
that
talk
shit,
about it. That's for geeks and nerds.
but they just now starting to use the applications that was already in the shit back then.
Yeah, because they were slow. People didn't want to hear it. They're like, that's just some goofy shit. And you're like, okay. Like I was telling people for years, like 10 years ago, yo, let's make the tricorder like Star Trek. It's all doable. I just need somebody to put this shit together for me and make the app. You can have a light sensor, a soil sensor, and a water sensor. Have that shit Bluetooth to your phone and keep track of the shit through its own little app. And you would have your little tricorder.
Mm-hmm. Look
Just
at that
like they have on
reset shit
Star
we was
Trek.
talking about.
And you use that for the indoor garden. Instead of having to have 3 different meters when you're in there checking your hydro, you just got one device. And it does all the readings and keeps track of it, so you don't got to sit there and write shit down, which is a headache when you got gloves on and your hands are wet or whatever's going on, you know? You're too stoned to want to write legibly. Shit happens. It's a weed garden. Lots of
You can grow weed out in California yet?
I was a commercial grower for a long time.
Come out legally, do they? Like it's legal in Michigan.
Yeah, I was here before it was legalized as a medical grower.
Okay, okay.
Like we had,
Had you mastered the chemistries behind them and all of that?
oh yeah, like we're one of the top 5 in LA. Like our
So,
garden, we had like 2 big gardens locally, and then my little garden, and those were just like offshoots for experimentation and just money to make so we could live off of. But like the main gardens, like the big shit,
I
and they're
need some
fucking,
shit a motherfucker can make us
they're all
make
over, they're
stay
all over
woke in
the
24
world
hours.
now. Like super scientist guy Dave is fucking brilliant. He got it down to where he's just cloning plants from a fucking tissue sample of leaf.
Damn.
Yeah, like I know how to do it. I didn't want to sit there and waste the money on the supplies to practice it to do it though, because I was like, like I don't think that's ever going to be something I'm gonna need to do. I can clone plants like a motherfucker. I'll clone you with fucking 3-foot mature bush off of mama, and you can bud that bad boy 2 weeks later if you want.
Wow. Yeah. I seen the motherfucking clone a strawberry from the flesh. They extracted the DNA. You got to put in some solution and all of that. and then extract the DNA and introduce it to some other solution and this, that, and the other until you start seeing cells grow on it and all that. So I can see that being done, extracting it from a leaf.
Ooh,
It's a long process.
I showed my son a thing how I was watching a thing on fossils and they had all the big flat rocks that they were chiseling into and they were just checking them and flipping them with a crowbar until they found shit. So I told my kid, I was like, you know what? I bet the small rocks that you find like that have shit too. And I didn't think much about it. And then like a few months later, he brought home one. He's like, hey, it's one of those flat rocks. I was like, all right, let's get into it. So we broke out his fucking chisel and a little hammer, and I found a seed.
What?
Yeah, so I got like I would call it a pre-flood seed, just based on the fact that it's encased, but it could have been buried at any given time.
Well, it
But I
depends
got
on
it
how
set
thick the
aside.
shell is.
It's a sturdy. It didn't crack when I squeezed it. Like it survived the viability test that I would apply to a pot seed.
Whoa.
So it's
you
possible. I want to
come
take it
home and that
to
motherfucker be like, feed me, Simo.
yeah. I want to take it to the Rincon place up the road with the plant experts and the bug experts because that's where I used to go for all the warfare bugs. I'd be like, yo, we got gnats, fungus gnats, and they're like, all right, you got to get nematodes for your soil, and they'll battle them. So we were having bug wars and shit. Spent like $500 for fucking insects to eat other insects. It was great. Everybody's like, what's happening? I'm like, you can't see it. It's on a microscopic
Oh,
level. Why is there a building inside a mountain?
bro, because that's a part of a hypothesis that I'm building that when the flood occurred, floods bring mud. And then when the floods dismiss, when the flood go back to where it's supposed to, the mud stays on the buildings and then the sun bakes it. And nobody goes in that area for a long period of time. So then after a while, it fossilizes, it petrifies. So it looks like a building is being chiseled into stone. In reality, it's mud that has been petrified around the building that was ancient.
Well, what if just like any other time in history too, when Noah's flood happened, there was people that had broken apart from their families and were just like, you know what, fuck all this. I'm gonna just go until I can't go no more and just live there. And they took a wife or two with them and a couple of friends or whatever and just set off. And God was like, yo, I'm wiping out this other part of the world because it's fucked, so y'all need to stay protected. And he saved them too. Like, how would we know?
No, I believe that. Well, I know for a fact that some people fled into the earth, into the caverns of the earth. Is written in the scrolls that they fled into the caverns of the earth, where we call Sheol, what we call hell, is that's a real place. That's the in the depths of the earth where the old world is, and it just keeps getting covered over and over and over again, deeper and deeper. And the caverns connect and all of that, and it's a place that's a center. I just believe that, you know what I'm saying, based on, as above, so below. If
Well,
it's
they
a
show
heaven,
you. There's fucking all sorts of underground everywhere. There's videos on all of it, photographs, all of it.
yeah, yeah.
People
House
excavating in their basement, and
houses
all
of
of a
people.
sudden, that's how they discovered the giant mountain fortress. The guy knocked into a wall in his basement when he was doing some other shit and discovered the hallway and went exploring. There's room for 20,000 people, livestock, fresh water, fresh sunlight comes through at a point. Like,
Oh, you got to show me that, bro. I
it's
ain't
in
seen that one.
Turkey. Yeah, it's in Turkey. It's like inside this, the whole mountain's hollowed out pretty much like an ant farm.
Wow.
Is great.
Yeah, I got to see that, man. But like I said, I'm building a whole model for all of this shit. You know what I'm saying? With the
I'll throw it
recess,
on
I
my
even include
community tab
A-
later.
Anatoly Fomenko. Um, he's correct on a lot of that shit. It makes a lot of sense. Like they can't pinpoint the beginning of the ages because it's destroyed. No one's really around to take fucking history down until the society is being put back together properly. As I mentioned, even in 1811, from 1811 to 1818, 1811 to 1818, there is a literal reset. This is why the Europeans are scattering to get resources because their crops are destroyed. Their way of living in many areas is uprooted. Famine, starvation, pestilences, all of that is going on because that was literally a reset, and they're just hiding that from us. That's why you have the nobility of Europe and the changing over of different hands. That's a literal thing that happened. America is like untapped because why? It was underwater for a long time, and then now it's receded. People are there. The land is flourished, a place of resources. So
Yeah,
they,
and they want to hate on Columbus. It's like, yeah, there's maps of America from way before then.
yeah,
Your whole idea of indigenous is it's kablooey. Like y'all don't
it's
get
they had buildings
it.
here, bro. If you read the diary, it said that some of the people asked was they in heaven because the buildings were so extravagant looking in this motherfucker. They had white, the same stuff that's on the pyramids. They had
What do they
on,
do? They show that big giant stone at Göbekli Tepe, right? And
yeah.
they're like, "Oh, look how who could have cut it?" And it's like, never mind who
Come
could have
on,
cut it.
bro.
That's one stone that big. What the fuck were they building that big? And name
One
any
big
part of that big, that part of any part of building. What building do you know that has something that big like that for any part of it? That's
that big,
motherfucking massive. If that's a column, if it's a front porch, no matter what the fuck it was going to be, it's ginormous.
yeah.
Where's the
Whatever
rest
that
of it?
was.
Where's the
Who the
rest of it?
who the fuck was going to move it?
Exactly. You ain't cutting some shit like that unless you got a way to move it.
Come on, bro. Right.
Even today's super machines, which are fantastic to watch, can't accomplish shit like that.
Nah. I literally seen a giant bed, a giant truck bed collapse in the center from one of those boulders trying to be placed on it. One, just one, a colossal tractor, a colossal bed machine
Shit, we
collapsed.
almost broke my cousin's suspension with a load of sod. And I'm like, dude, I thought you said your shit was 1.5 tons. He's like, I thought it was. I'm like, it looks like your shit's gonna crack like an egg. He's like, no, no, we'll be okay. I'm like, do we gotta wet it down? He's like, yeah. And he's like, no, 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 no. I'm like, dude, we gotta wet it down or it's gonna dry out. He's like, I don't want my shit to crack. I'm like, bitch.
Add some more weight to it.
Yep. But it didn't matter. It ended up drying some of it out. So by the time we got done and got sprinkler shit hooked up and dried out, there was dry patches. That was a bust ass job. It should have been way cakier, but my cousin complicated it. And then he got greedy at the end. Hit her up for more money. I'm like,
Hey, so what are you going? Are you seeing as though the weather patterns in California are dramatically changing? The business, the corporations, they're all migrating towards the South or even the Midwest. Um, are you gonna just stick around there and ride it out, or what? Are you gonna look at the migration patterns and find another place to be?
it's all the same, honestly, because the people's mentalities are all conformed. So as long as the weather's pleasant, like I stay where that is. Like I just go where it's good weather that I can. It doesn't rain a lot here, and that's a big deal to me to not be wet
Mm-hmm.
because the rainy weather affects my arthritis a lot. So like I like the drier weather. It's like a Mediterranean climate here. It'll get foggy and I'll feel it a little bit, but not like back east where it would just downpour for fucking 2 weeks straight. And you're just like, God damn, will it ever
You know
stop?
what is the Mediterranean antipode to that?
Well, just how it's like in the 50s to the 70s, like the hot days in summertime are like in the 80s. On a rare occurrence, you'll have a day that's like 90 degrees and it's like, ugh. But then all you got to do is go down to the valley and it's like 120 and then
Oh,
drive right back and it's like going into a refrigerator. Did you
yeah.
make Builder's tea biscuits? Why don't you get up here and yip yap biscuits? Why are you making me read? Making me read when I'm high. That's what I always tell people.
Now what instrument you play?
Play guitar mostly. I play drums. I play bass. Sing. Play keyboards. Make beats.
Right? You doing jingles or anything? You just
I did all this shit that's in the background.
okay, that's sweet, bro. You bring it to the front. Go ahead and get it popping. You talking about all that stuff I heard you made?
Yeah.
Man, that's some awesome music, bro. Really, that's really good.
I like making deep
I'm a
mixes
producer
and stuff.
myself, man. I'm from the school of Jay Dilla and all of that type of stuff. Eminem and D12 in Detroit. Like the movie 8 Mile was about my childhood, basically. That's some good stuff you got there, man. I've been hearing it.
I've just been playing forever since I was like 13. I started playing guitar. Like I always wanted to, but I could never get one. My mom would never get me one. So like I would grab one like anybody had one, I would get on it when I could. Then finally one of my mom's friends got me one at a yard sale. So I had like a shitty acoustic. And then my friend wanted to buy a surfboard and he's like, I'll sell you my guitar and my amp. I was like, how much? He's like, well, how much do you think it's worth? I was like, $30 because all I had was $30. He's like, okay. So I was like, all right, cool, go get that shit. I'll get the $30. And I was like, damn, I'm ripping them off. So then I had an electric guitar and I just went from there. Got bigger and better amps and better guitars. Once I felt like I deserved a better guitar, I would get a better guitar.
Because you play better.
Yeah, like once I could feel the limitations of what I'm trying to do on what I'm doing it on, that's when I know I'm ready for the next one that has a little bit more harder specs.
I
Like I
got a
really
good
love my latest one, but I'm already feeling it. Like no, I need something next level. I need to pop down like at least 900 for the next one.
got a good friend that's been playing guitar for 30 years, bro. And every time I say, let me hear what you got, this motherfucker play the exact same licks that he started playing, just better. I'm like, bro, you ain't learned those songs, bro? He's like, man, I just got to get the time, man. You know, I'm like, bro, you
You should know like
literally,
hundreds of songs. Shit, you forgetting stuff. Like, oh yeah, I remember that. It's kind of like, and then you're like, that's kind of how it goes.
yeah.
I'll be
Uh,
playing shit. People, I blow people's minds with some of the dumb shit I know. Like I know that Kelly Clarkson song,
which what?
"Since You've Been Gone."
Oh,
But when I play along to it, that shit rocks. Cause I'll have it on, like I'll throw it on the stereo and just be like, and it shreds.
yeah, yeah.
I give it my edge, so it's like that heavy edge to it. But then I could play light shit too. Like all my videos I put up, like in the videos category, they're mostly just music. So it's either acoustic, electric, or electric acoustic, or some
Okay.
variation. And
I
then
created
everything
a
else is
whole nother
local.
page, bro. My page draw too many. Like people follow me to other people panels. I'm normally a panel on another person, a regular panelist, and I just created my page. But my page got people chasing me down, trying to argue with me about something. I'm like, bro, I swear on everything. Listen, the moon generates its own light. Here's a scientific article. Why are you still arguing with me? This is what the article states. This is NASA. Well, NASA said this.
It's easy. It's easy when you go to get your light bulbs for your garden. There's a warm light and a cool light, and look up what makes the difference between the warm light and the cool light, and it'll tell you the warm light is curvy waveform like the sun. It's a warming light, whereas the cooling light is square form like moonlight, which you would have at night.
Right.
That
The
way you
way
can
you
have,
want
because
you
I
want
would
to
have
change
different,
the
I
phase
would have
of
daytime lights on for the clones for a certain period, and then it would switch over to the cooling lights. So they would have a day and a night, even though they're babies. It's still more natural environment for them.
yeah. And why wouldn't it, if it was no difference in it, then why would the plants react to the moonlight as well then?
Exactly. And if it didn't make a difference, then why was I slinging 2,000 fucking clones a week?
Look at this.
Every garden was buying our fucking clones.
Share this, bro. Just like what you just said.
Like, I even taught my mom how to clone. Like, I taught my 60-something-year-old mom back in the day how to clone weed.
Yeah, my mom still smoked up to a couple of years ago. She's 60
She
something
was,
years old.
she was like so interested. Like, I want to go to the garden and let me go to the garden and work with you. Because she would come out and visit, and I'd be like, all right, you can drive me, and I'll find something for you to do. And at first, I'd just have her sweep up and basic shit, but then she would get tired of it. She'd be like, I want to learn to do something good. I'm like, all right, I'll show you how to do a clone. So I showed her how to do it, and then like Marcos was just sitting there with her, giving her pointers, like, yeah, just like that. Super name's mom.
You talking about your mom?
Yeah,
Your
because she was against weed just because it was illegal, so she hated it when we were young. You can't be smoking that shit. There's one flower that only blooms like once a year or some shit at night on a certain night. I remember that from Dennis the Menace. The night orchid or some shit.
Listen to
Yeah.
this.
Once medical weed came in, then it's like, oh, it's legal, cool. Let's try it out. Let me try some. I got my mom twisted. I gave her a dab.
Nah, bro, you tripping.
My mom ate acid with us before, and she ate some shrooms once with me.
Oh, hell no, you tripping, bro. He's like,
She's like, "This is a microdose, right?" And I'm like, "Yeah, you're good." I was like, "You ain't gotta drive nowhere. You're good."
now hold on. Is your mom a person? Is she from California as well?
No,
Was she a
no, she's
hippie?
East Coast. She was
She a
never a
hippie?
hippie. She was never
Oh,
a
okay.
hippie. She was straight laced. So it's funny as shit. I had her shrooming with me, and I made her watch Deliverance.
Yeah, my mom and dad was conservative black hippies. You know what I'm saying? Like, they was like the conservative black hippies though.
My mom and dad were like the two most clueless squares you could imagine.
Hey, so look at this, bro. This is NASA Johnson Space Center, Houston. This is the data on it, right? Meaning lunar summer conference, right? It says photon luminescence or albedo of the lunar surface induced by GCR and SCPs will be derived here, demonstrating that the moon literally glows in the dark when there is no sunlight or earth shine. Dead, bro. They dead. You go and look up NASA on another NASA page, because that was more recent. NASA will say that the moon reflects the sunlight, which is why that's why I created pseudosciences. Because I'm showing you that they created the pseudoscience. You calling me pseudo, and I'm giving you the real science, and I'm only extracting it from the earlier, people, the 1800s, 1700s that actually had the ether and all of that shit in their shit.
And that's their best understanding of it.
But I'm seeing they clearly created a pseudoscience. They literally.
Until you actually converse with the origin that has the exact facts and can be like, okay, yes, you're right about this. You got that off. That's wrong. This is right. You'll never know. So it's all, you know what I mean?
But what do we do about the article I just read when they literally said the moon literally? This is NASA. This is a NASA article.
You can't believe NASA for shit. They have the fake space stations and their fake satellite nonsense to atone for.
Now,
Oh
see,
well,
that's why I be.
we got all these telescopes and nobody catches. Where's all these thousands of satellites?
So this
Nobody's
is the
got.
point.
You can't get pictures of them. They're spinning too fast. This is
Nah,
a
that's
fucking
bullshit.
super camera that takes 9,000 frames a second. How am I not capturing something only going 1,000 miles an hour supposedly? Oh, but wait, it's in low Earth orbit, so that means it's not going as fast as it's supposed to be going around everything else. It's only going at the moon speed.
It's supposed to be going 75,000 miles an hour. But the
But
thing is, bro,
perspective
that
wise,
thing,
it would still be passing by slowly to the camera just as it would the human eye.
we have to know when to trust NASA, right? This is what I mean. The article that I have is showing that they are discussing amongst themselves the truth. But the data that they give us when they're not in a conference discussing amongst themselves is bullshit. They know the truth, but they give us the bullshit. So that's what I've been doing. I've got all the way 100 and something lunar conference of them basically debunking themselves, bro. Like they everything that the globe flat earth is saying is something to be reasoned with, because they are literally saying it in these conferences amongst themselves. They just don't tell us that shit. Them CIA documents, all them shit, bro, showing those shits is telling the truth. That yeah, why will we use the flat earth to
Calculate
calculate,
airplanes.
yeah, calculate our shit, because we're only using a small portion of that surface area. Okay, that's
Yeah.
bullshit.
Sure.
Because
You made the artificial horizon for a reason. Why'd you make it
exactly,
level? If there's a curve, wouldn't you make it curved to a scale?
exactly. That don't make no sense, bro.
That shit's straight across on every instrument gauge.
Now, see, traversing the land is straight across. If we was on the land, we wouldn't get a straight across reaction. The best way to travel, see, I fly drones, like I said earlier, and I see it's like better to fly up in the air and then come down on the area, as opposed to going straight across a straight line to get to a place. It's better to go up and come down.
No.
You feel what I'm saying? And I think that that's what the planes are doing. Planes are going up and then flying a certain level and then descending down at an angle. But going straight across, traversing across land, that's not what they're doing at all. So to even use that one as a globe earther is like it's foolish logic. It doesn't match up. It doesn't match up. And then now we got NASA footage from the 1990s when they had it the NASA station on cable, where Martin Stubbs and them used to record,
You
right?
remember when
And they
Cobra made the Pyramid of Darkness?
say that again.
Cobra, they made the Pyramid of Darkness with their control cubes, and they made a fucking pyramid force field around Earth that blocked out the sun and shit and deprived everybody of energy.
No, what was that on?
G.I. Joe,
Now, why would they make the shape a pyramid?
the Pyramid of Darkness.
Because the shape of the earth is a pyramid, bro. I'm trying to tell you, you gotta roll with
They
me.
had it over. They had the pyramid over the ball, so they could fully have the symbolism going.
Yeah. Yes, that's the secret. You can't show a pyramid from the top. It's just gonna look like a circle, because that's what the pyramid is in, a circle. But if you looked at the side of it, you could see the elevation of the land. But you can't. Nobody's going to show you a side view of the land. You can't. You can't get a whole view. We'll never be high enough to be able to get the entire Earth in one. Cameras can't even get a whole picture. The reason why you see a circle is because the horizon. The horizon is a circle. The horizon is a circle, but it's going to always form a circle, not a globe. The atmosphere is the bubble that is included in the globes. The
Only
atmosphere,
God can see it. You can never see it fully at once.
yeah, it's the atmosphere that's shaped because of the electromagnetic field of the magnetic curves. The
The detail work of it, you'd never be able to see every fucking detail of this place. I
No,
mean,
not at all. That's why I
it
call it a hypothesis. I can't prove the Earth
would,
is a
it would be
pyramid.
unending. Like, you'd always see something new. You could break a rock and see 20 new rocks or something. Might be like you never know what to find. It's endless possibilities.
Endless, especially when you break things down to smaller uh particles, and you
Start
can rebuild them back up into different shapes. Yeah.
That's why they release the shit. People are getting too close to it.
Bro, I think that
You seen how Terrence Howard came up with his little shape that he 3D printed, and then the guy's like, "Well, I mean, that's kind of like something that exists, but I can't really talk about it because it's classified." And then, like right after that, all of a sudden they got the helicopter with the fucking three curvy weird blades that should be,
Mhm.
you know, like looks like they got their hand forced because someone figured out something on accident.
Well,
They
I
got
mean, that
high.
makes sense what Terrence Howard did. He took the flat dimension of the expression of the tree of life, and then he 3D printed it into a model. But he really focused on the in between portions and not the actual um visual portions. He focused on the in between portions of those connections.
Yeah,
He focused on the
that'd be the
connection.
spiritual space.
Right. And that's interesting to take into consideration, seeing as though he took a 2D form. I mean, just imagine what it looks like in the 3D form and consider the forms, the connectors of those. What is that that's connecting everything?
What does it look like in the 11?
There you go. There you go. And they hated that he considered that. They hated that he considered that. They called him a pseudo. I mean, they turned pseudo into something that is like the
Because
worst.
he didn't go about it properly. He could have been praised and hailed, but instead he dissed everybody, and he's wrong on a lot of shit. A lot of his math is shady, and it's just inaccurate. Like I've watched people debunk him to his face, and he's just like, well, and there's no well. It's like, dude, it's math. This guy's way smarter about it, and he knows his math harder than you. He actually studied and trained for it. So what he's saying makes sense. And it's not that what you're saying doesn't make sense. It's just that you got some of your variables off. And I bet if he like humbled himself, they would teach him, and they'd be like, "Look, man, you got a great man. Like, learn how to do it properly, so you can truly excel."
Well, consider
Or
this, bro.
they'll kill him if he actually knew some shit.
Well, sometimes you don't know how to express what you know. Like when I was talking about, the atmosphere in your room and the electromagnetic field coming from the actual the radiation coming from the light affecting the atmosphere. I don't know how to express that in scientific form. I had to look up what was I had to actually find out what would be affected by an electromagnetic field that is more abundant in air than all other properties. And then the second one, and then the third one. And what it came out to be is argon and nitrogen. And nitrogen is more abundant in air than argon in certain levels or whatever. So so you feel what I'm saying? Everybody can't express
Yeah,
what's in their head. What's in their head. I was calling the shit ether. You know what I'm saying? And I'm still off, because it's something specific that is being agitated. The ions occurring, the ionization occurring within the room from even a small light bulb.
there's interactions that we're not aware of because we're not told about them.
Exactly. So that's what I mean by NASA. They got two sciences, one for the layman and one for the scholar. And you got to pay for that one for the scholar. You got to get
Like
degrees.
HARP. What does HARP do?
Heart deals with the same thing,
High
ionization.
altitude, high
Yeah,
altitude frequency bursts.
yes, because why? Because the noble
Because
gases.
they're ionizing gases
Yes, bro.
to create
The-
weather.
yes, because that's what the sun does. That's why hurricanes are TikTok, because the analemma movement of the sun is the same thing every year. Now, what's about to happen is we about to go into a new cycle where the sun no longer will travel in between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn. It will travel in between another tropic, which is up or down the pyramid, the up or down the cone, up or down the in or out of the flat earth, however you want to look at it. It's not going to be
It's gonna get
traveling.
colder. It's a mini ice age.
It's going to get, yeah, for a minute. It's going to, I told you, bro. If you want to know what's going to happen, read the shit that happened in 1811, because the exact same thing is about to happen. Because everything that happened, how I pinpointed it, the X marks the spot. Eclipses. The X marks the spot. Eclipses is the beginning of it. On every age, the two eclipses that marks the spot. The X that happened in America in 2024. That was the X marks the spot. Now we got the dual suns, the dual moon, which is basically the same object in different viewed in different light, which is the red planet or the red being or the destroyer or whatever that is that happens
Well, no, no,
over and over
no.
again.
In 2010, it was Jupiter went supernova, and that's what gave us the second sun.
In 2010.
The movie.
Oh, I want to say, yeah. Well, think
It
about that.
What up,
was
everybody?
the second movie to 2001, Space Odyssey.
Right. I'm thinking hey, bro, I pry everything. I'm like, hold on, 2010? Fucking Jupiter blew up. What the fuck? Now I realize you're talking about the movie.
Biscuits.
Hey, what's up? I thought I heard somebody.
Oh, I'm here.
You got company?
Bro.
Okay.
I just have to get up and get paper. Sorry. Just rolling a spliff. Getting ready for bed.
A doobie. Ready for bed? Where were you all night?
Drinking at the side of my building. Enjoying the last few days of the nice weather, because Canada gets hit with snow.
It's climate change. Be careful.
But very shortly, we'll be having snow, I'm sure.
What if you don't? What if
My
Trudeau
favorite time of the
outlaws
year.
Sorry?
Said my favorite time of the year. Big coats and boots.
Right?
Comforters and crack windows.
That's right. I sleep with my window wide open, the heat cranked. I love it like that.
Yeah, I
I
sleep
like
under
it.
the comforter in the wintertime with my window crack.
Right. I like my face
I
cold
ain't
and my
paying for
body
you to sit
warm.
around in the heat.
That's the only time I can sleep with my feet under the cover.
You ain't getting no heat. Yeah, you better get under some blankets. I got 50 blankets at my house. I ain't just gonna turn the heat on. You're crazy.
No.
Right.
No heat. That's what I'm talking about. No heat coming on.
It's electric heat. It's expensive.
I definitely got a heat blanket.
I got plenty of blankets we could throw on though. You can stay warm. It's
Yep.
easy to stay warm.
Now you got a fireplace?
Rub your hands. Hell no. I wish. I thought about investing in a gas thing, but
I mean, I got a prediction. It's a whack ass prediction. But not a prediction, a premonition or a hunch that
Yeah.
something this winter is going to cause the lights to go out in a lot of areas for a couple of weeks. And I don't think we're prepared in any area for that. Because if the lights is out, it's out at the gas station as well, which means there's no pump working
Right.
for your kerosene and gas.
You don't remember the blackout of 2003?
Yeah, I'm in Detroit. I remember it.
Yeah, I was living here in Toronto. We didn't have lights for 3 days.
Shit, we had lights for a week.
And it got pretty disgusting. The people, like convenience stores, were upping the price of bread, upping the price of fucking, like, just gouging customers. It was disgusting. There's like
it's
no
called
solidarity.
hurricane season. That's why when you know
See, to me, the
hurricanes are coming, you stock up.
people who live in hurricane areas should always have a hurricane season getaway. If you can afford to stay in all of those places, basically, they're resorts and high life areas. Like you should have a hurricane season getaway house.
Uh, a
You know,
fortress,
well, I
a
mean,
bomb
not necessarily
shelter.
a fortress because hurricane season is every year. It's the same time every year, bro. You know what I'm saying? It shouldn't be a surprise after a while. Are you drinking molten um mushroom coffee? Molten
No, it's
mushroom
just
coffee?
regular coffee and creamer.
Oh, okay.
Just rolling up a doobie.
Yeah, I don't think that the national weather people are teaching people about hurricanes and they're not happenstances. They're
No,
not
they
convenient.
are. The anonymous channel showed that shit.
Oh, they are showing it?
They stall the storms with ion pulses and make like this little cocoon around it, like a cul-de-sac. And once it spins up and gets strong enough, they open a channel so it has one path that it can go.
Right. By changing the weather temperatures around it and this, that, and the other. But
Yeah,
the
yeah.
yeah, but hurricanes themselves, they're intensifying them, but they're not. Hurricanes are regular movements. It has to do with magnetohydrodynamics, the electromagnetic field of the sun moving through the atmosphere and affecting electrically conducting fluids that are in the upper
But
atmosphere.
what happens when you take the sun out of the equation?
Well, when you take the
Yeah,
sun out of the equation,
whatever ray of light that is transmitting, that's what they're effectively blocking. That's why the color shift in the sun.
oh, I got you. They
That's what's giving them the control. That's the evidence. The signs are in the sky.
they
Like you said,
putting filters
see
in
the
the sky.
signs in the sky. Sun changed color because they're blocking some part of the natural sunlight spectrum by injecting all this microaluminum and shit into the atmosphere with the chemtrails. It's changed the way things are seen.
Yeah, but that's happening below the ionosphere. The action of the sun is still the action of the sun and its occurrence with the noble gases in the ionosphere is still occurring. It's what's happening below
It's
that, what they're
yeah,
doing with
it's whatever happens below. They need something blocked up there for something down here to occur.
yeah. That's what they're doing. They blocking
Visible light
us.
spectrum shift.
They literally showed us that they can block out the sun, bro. I mean, just think about what the way old London and England and all that used to look. It used to be gray in all of the pictures. Every picture that I seen
Except
of
when it
London,
was Rome.
huh?
Except when it was Rome.
Except when it was wrong.
There was wide open bathhouses and outdoor living. Everything was warmer back in the day. Nothing had fireplaces.
Yeah, you can see in the maps that they're yes, exactly. It's something. Do you think whatever happened was purposeful, or do you think it was something that just occurs?
Both. I
Huh?
think I think God's natural forces are always at play. They can do their best to try to fight against it or cope with it and go with God's will and be like, all right, we'll ride it out.
Well, let's consider the rainbow, right? There wasn't always a rainbow, so therefore there wasn't always a glass firmament you feel what I'm saying? To get that effect of a rainbow, certain things have to be in play. We know now that the rainbow is a complete circle, and the only reason that it looks like it's a half is because of our false horizon of the levels that we're on and how we
Oh,
see
it's
the
crazier than
rainbow.
that. I've got
Huh?
them where there's like a rainbow going one way, then there's another one around it like a halo.
Yeah, for sure. But
Cool effect
rainbows are
like that.
so if you see a half of a rainbow, depending on where it's occurred,
Yeah, you're going to see the other half if you're up high enough. It'll be
exactly,
a
you're
full
gonna see the
circle
rest
every
of it.
time.
Exactly. So a lot of it's perspective of where
But
you are.
how do you figure for them to be perpendicular, though? That's the crazy thing. One's vertical that way, one's horizontal that way around it.
Now I never seen that before.
I got it on my Instagram. Like the shit's tight. I used to capture. There was the one summer I captured a lot of sky phenomenon because I always walked to work and I just had a lot of free time. I wasn't rushed to get there, so I just get up and I just cruise to work slow, all stoned, and be like, "Oh, cool, click." And then some days I'd be like, "Yo, this shit is weird." Like, I've never seen a rainbow atop another rainbow like that, but it was there.
Wow. Yeah,
It's,
you got to post that one day, bro.
oh, it's on Instagram.
Hold on. What's your
It might
IG?
even be on my community tab at some place because I do
I've
post
seen two
them.
suns
Yeah, I posted
Yeah, I
pictures of
got
that.
I got that on my Instagram. Two
while
sons.
traveling on a bus. I seen two suns on the highway, and I thought it was like an like a mirage. I thought it was like a reflection off the windows. But when the bus stopped, I went outside. I went out the doors and fucking looked, and it was still there. And I was like, "What the fuck?"
Now that's interesting.
That was two suns.
Yeah, because you thought
That's
it was
everybody
on.
on the bus. You guys see what I see? I don't care if there's a phenomenon called that. I saw two suns that day.
Tucson's Arizona,
No, it was in Manitoba, Canada.
Manitoba.
Flatland.
Where were you last night?
I don't know. Where was I?
MK was here.
Oh, last night was. Oh, MK was here.
Yeah,
Rachel's daughter was over, and we got pretty tired. She wears us out, man.
yeah.
Once it's bedtime, I just want to fucking go to bed. I just want to crash right out too. But we kept her out till like 1 o'clock in the morning. We did like a barbecue down at the beach, and then it was really, really dewy. Like it was cold and damp by the beach.
Oh, yeah.
I had my knapsack on the fucking picnic bench, and it was soaked when I picked it back up. But we were just down there maybe
Uh,
3 hours.
that's nasty.
So my bones have been pretty feeling the aches and pains of that all day today. Like I'm not fucking going down there for a minute.
For reals, it's cold as
The
shit down here.
realsies. So Drake is giving out a chicken sandwich on his birthday
One
to like
chicken sandwich.
everybody.
One chicken sandwich in Canada to get. That's crazy.
No,
That's
Here you
funny.
go, everybody. Share.
they
Everybody
give it
get
one
a
to
piece.
everybody.
That
One
must be
person.
a hell of a sandwich.
I guess his buddy Dave owns a franchise called Dave's something chicken. I've never had it before. The chicken looks gross anyway. Looks like Nando's. I mean, if
It's
it
not
was
even chicken.
rotisserie,
It's
like,
seagull.
it would be good. But this is some
It's
I don't know what kind of
rotisserie
chicken.
gull. It's seagull.
It's seagull. Yeah, I believe it.
Not even like legit seagulls. It's like the hybrid seagull pigeons you see.
Bro, that's what I'm thinking they selling now because these damn chicken wings then got so small. Bro,
Right?
Right?
chicken was medium. They like why would you wait until why take a chicken baby and try to kill it when you can get more for the bigger wing?
Yeah. For a while they were getting big where it's like, damn, how big is this chicken wing? Like
Right?
motherfuckers out there all cocked up like so.
We
You're
we
like,
You
start
should see
complaining
the whole
about the
movie that I
steroid.
have.
are we really eating a chicken at this point? Like what is
Now
this
it seems
thing?
like we
A
eating
baby
pigeon.
sty.
If you guys have home movies, go look at the chicken wings whenever you recorded like Thanksgiving dinner or Christmas dinner. Just take a look at the footage and see what your fucking chicken wings look like back
They were
then.
tiny back in the day. You
It
had to
is
eat like
not
20
like
of
this.
them. You would get a plate of 20 of them with some celery and sauce because that's how
Yeah,
much you needed to eat to get full.
yeah.
Yeah.
But they weren't super teeny tiny like they are now. I'll tell you
Yeah,
that.
they tiny as hell. And it's like we eating, like I said, it's either pigeon or square or what do you
They
call them?
never separated the bone, the wing either. The drumstick or the fucking the two bone
Nope.
one. Like they never used to separate it. Well, a wing was a wing.
Nope.
The whole fucking thing.
They would have it all out there. No,
They
it's
don't
not
even
like
tell
that.
you they selling you wingdings now. You will go buy 20 wings and you will get 20 wingdings. I'm so tired of these motherfuckers, bro.
It's a brother finger and shit. It's some pinkies. Refugee. It's refugee pinkies. Biscuits. Biscuits. Biscuits.
I can't breathe.
Yeah.
That was cool how you took your head off, huh?
That was cool. How what?
In the video, you took your head off.
Oh yeah.
Hey man, you got some really great music, bro. You ain't publishing it?
I just do shit for video backgrounds, like when I make comedy stuff, and then have background music on here that I won't get copyrighted for.
I mean, I do
It's
the
all
same.
it's all on YouTube. Everything's on YouTube in my video section.
Okay.
I have a SoundCloud, but it won't do everything because people can claim your samples and shit here and there. So some people are more strict.
That's why I make my own samples, bro.
Right, let's get going to bed. Let's get going, Shishikama. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow.
Uh,
Bye.
have a good one.
Yeah, man.
Uh,
Covered a lot of shit tonight. Did a lot of drugs. Say it's about time to get on list crawlers.
right on. Yeah, you have to come back through and meet up with that and everybody.
Look for some horrors, man.
Ken Dog will have fun chatting with you. He
Yeah,
likes
yeah, yeah.
the box.
Yeah, man. I'm about to get I wanna slap box with motherfuckers like like Neil deGrasse Tyson and all of them, and like you telling me, like I'm showing you scientifically what you said. You said that the daylight is caused by this, that, and the other. Well, I'm showing you that daylight is caused by this, that, and the other, and it's according to your science. Why? Why? What's the discrepancy? You said the moonlight doesn't reflect the sunlight, and it generates its own albedo by emitting the gamma radiation, and the blah 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 blah. But right here, you says that the moon reflects the sunlight. Like I'm just going through all of this shit, bro, and I'm just tearing them down. You know what I'm saying? Using their own information. I'm not generating this information. There's a dude called Lothan Green back in the 1800s who had a theory called the tetrahedron hypothesis, tetrahedron theory, and it proposes that if the Earth was a globe in its globular state, molten state, in its cooling state, the smallest form that it could become is a tetrahedron because the something that has to do with the smallest, you know, after it cools down, the center of it have to stay connected or whatever, right? And the form that it would be was a tetrahedron. And it lasted all the way until the early 1900s when somebody proposed the tectonic plate um thingamajig. But the whole problem is that
The
The earth
evidence shows that it grows and spreads outward. It's not
exactly is not
that's the way
exactly
they describe it. It's not subduction happening. It's just
exactly.
growing and expanding outwards.
So that's the problem. So we gotta so
We're
we
always
got
making more land. There's going to be less seawater, so they have to learn how to fucking dig down and get the water back out and then pump it out again.
yeah.
That's
Well,
beneath
the
the
whole thing is that the earth itself is just one landmass that's connected, collapsed in some areas. That's a mountain. The only reason I said a pyramid is because the theological portions of the pyramid, the eye. Hey, you know what? I figured that out too. I figured out what the Masonic pyramid and the eye is. It's gonna blow your mind, bro. The pyramid and the eye is the actual degrees of the sun when it's at the equator, just like all of the motherfuckers, Voliva and all of them was saying. That's literally implemented in the symbology of that. The pyramid is also the latitude of the earth. So that convergence that you see, that is a pyramid. So it's also the degree of the sun. So they incorporated that in one symbol. Um,
but it crisscrosses the square
well,
and
the
makes the
square. So
stars
look,
shine.
here
It
I'll
goes
show you.
back to magic.
No, it's not even. It's real simple. Like, watch when I show you
Upside
this,
down
bro.
triangle and inverted triangle.
Well, the invert is like a. It's like it's the box inside of a circle. I mean, is the circle inside of a box. What I was about to show you, we was talking about. We was talking about the tetrahedral. Oh yeah,
Well, when the sun's at its perfect apex, you see the crepuscular rays form the sides of the pyramid with light, and they're at the 60-degree angles perpendicular to the horizon.
you see that right there. We get four corners of the earth. We think like this: north, south, east, west. Right? That's just what come to mind. But in reality, the four corners of the earth is Australia is one corner, Africa is one corner, South America is one corner, and Zealandia is one corner. That's four corners. North is the center of all of those. So if you're in South America, you head north. As you can see, heading north, you're going to cross America, Canada, and the same thing everywhere else. So north is the center of everything. The north, south, east, west that we get on the which what is that called? The
Meridian.
no, what they teach us this right here, right? This star wheel. This is a representation of the earth. Circular water. You see these converge in the center, they get skinny in the center and they spread out. The star wheel is the oldest symbol. It represents the earth. And I had this translated from a Greek text or a book or what it was called. It was written in Spanish or something or Latin. And what it says is that the idea of a surrounding ocean consolidated in antiquity could be recognized in passages of Genesis that refer to the creation of the world, which seems to be created from a primordial ocean. So the lands come out of the ocean in the center, right? And the water surrounds the land.
Yeah, it says he caused the dry land to appear and the waters to recede.
Right. So when you can look at the land, you can see. I tried to find different areas, but you can see literally the land is what's converging in the center. Sea level stays sea level. The land, if we was looking into this shit, we'll see cliffs and rocks and all of that. That's not showed here. We'll see, like, if we was drawing this, we'll see that the lands is coming out of the water with cliffs and shit all on the side of that. They're higher in the north where the lands converge at. But the sea level, this water here, it stays one level, even in the center. And the only reason it's coming in the center is because the land is broken away here and it lets the water in. This is the Great Basin. This is the Great Rift. And the land, and it only comes in another place, and that's over here, which is at the Bering Straits or whatnot. This is what we taught. Look at this. Notice how it says in the Juan Sebastian and the Alcano circumnavigation of the earth, they started in Spain, right? And this is what they trick us with. They showing them going through Spain and going down through South America. They notice they going south. They're traveling underneath the south of the southern continents, absent the so-called equator, which I believe is just a circle. But then they
They
show
got to
them
follow
go,
the currents.
huh?
They got to follow the currents.
Right. Because why? Because the water is affected by the sun. The water itself is electromagnetic. In the ocean, the sodium increases the electromagnetic properties of this water as the sun traverses this area in the wintertime. It's closer to the south. It's lower and closer to the southern portion, meaning it's closer to the ground, land, and it's lower in the hemisphere, which is not a hemisphere, just lower. But they traverse down here beneath this. But look how they come out on the other side. That's stupid. They just trying to trick us because they coming out on the other side, bro. And then so they went through between the islands of Australia and then went below South Africa and then came. They didn't go north, come up around, and then go down and come down through Atlantic Ocean. I mean through the Arctic Ocean. That's what people believe circumnavigating the earth means. They didn't do nothing but traverse the bottom of the continents, the southern portions of the continents, where the water is open at. It's a circle. But the land goes up. It's higher altitude. It's different elevations, of course, but it's connected in the center. And this land is 1 mile above this water, 1.9 meters above the water that's right here. So we can see that this is one landmass and the center collapsed inward. And all of these breaks and all of this is showing. So this Pangea, this Pangea is a fucking pyramid built by a greater being than us. Why do we say that? Well, when you read in the Bible, it says God's holy tabernacle will be placed in the midst of Egypt and her pillars at the border. Where the pillar at the border is now at the Vatican, and the tabernacle in the midst is the Giza pyramid. Our homes that we live in right now are the shapes of pyramids. The first dwellings are pyramid shapes. It's to mock and mimic. Everything that we do mimics the earth, and even the shape of the dwellings that we in is the shape of the pyramid. And it could be some type of metaphysical reason for the shape of a pyramid. They're finding their studies, but just consider that it's definitely.
What you want to believe it? There's people that believe sacred geometry is used to make sure your beds are the wrong shape and size, so you can't have a good night's sleep. And you'll have
Right?
nightmares. And it's sensible enough on some points to make sense, but then it's like, it sounds like horseshit. Because I could sleep my ass off on the ground or on a rock or like if I'm tired, I'm tired. You know,
Oh yeah,
bed,
for sure. If
the
you
bed's the
tired,
wrong measurement. Even if the bed, I've slept on a kid-sized bed before, because I was like, "Fuck it, man, I need to pass out." That's all I got to sleep on. Okay.
so this is what I was telling you. He breaks down the actual Gleason map and shows you how they actually correlates to realistic readings, right? Then he goes off into showing you the 33 degrees that it's talking about when the sun is at the equator. And when he breaks it down, he said this is the shape of all the coordinates and everything that was discussed. And coincidentally, see that this is the real model. This is the sun and how far above the land that it really is, based on the readings and the data that's been given by the Gleason map.
They had the video of the plane flying through the sun.
Oh yeah, for sure, bro. It's only 3,000 miles up, but it don't just stay 3,000 miles up. It spirals. It spirals inward towards the north, and it spirals outward. But as it spirals inward, it goes up in altitude, and as it spirals outward, it descends in altitude. That's right. That's out here in these areas. 45 degrees out here, 45 degrees. But at the equator, the highest point is 3,000 miles. This is the equator, and that's what he's showing you. So I'm kind of like a flat earther. See, this is the analemma that I'm speaking on. See how it's smaller. See how it's first of all at an angle, and see how it's smaller in the north. This is a representation June 21st, and it's wider in the south. That's because when it's in the north, the circle is smaller that it has to travel around, and in the south, the circle is wider, and that's when it's showing in this display here. And that's what it shows you in the analemma.
The shape still stayed the same.
Huh?
There's a lot of earthquakes that happen, right? And people don't think about it. There's lots of earthquakes. The weather patterns are changing. They're not telling you that the shape of the planet's shifting outward again and spreading more.
Yeah, it's spreading away from the center.
Yeah.
Exactly, like a vortex.
More land's going to be revealed. And it's going to start sprouting shit. And there's going to be new plants and new resources to exploit. New treasures to discover. That's why they're hoping to disenfranchise everybody and get everybody to fucking give up hope.
What they're doing is consolidating everybody to one portion of the earth. They're readying it. This is migrations that happened in the past the same way. You know what I'm saying? When they shipped the children over here from Europe, you know what I'm saying? And they grew up and became the citizens that was able to have power to vote. All of that shit is all pre-thought of, bro. It's pre-thought out. You know what I'm saying? They like look at this. This is NASA acts from NASA site. They're telling you what the shape. Look where the south is. Look where the ice is. Look that this north is higher. It's a pinnacle type. But look at this. That's modern. This is ancient. Same thing. This is from the Codex Sinaiticus, 1186, Greece. Same shape, right? Here's what the Israelites believe. Same books, Codex Sinaiticus. That was Greeks with the Greeks. Oh no, that was another form of what the Israelites believe too. These are Greek Hellenistic Israelites, but you still see the mountain shape, the firmament, the air or whatever, the water at the base. That's consistent with everything that we see in here. It's just destroyed now. It's no longer together. Earth is a mountain. That's what this motherfucker right here, Zedic Astronomy, Samuel Robotham, that's what he was telling us the whole time. So was Abizad was telling us the same thing. He said the earth is a mountain. This is what the maps is showing. So you can't show a pinnacle on a circle when you're looking down on it. So what they do is they put it at the top. The same thing that Gleason did. Another map, you see the pinnacle at the top. This is the Hereford map.
The shapes are different.
I mean, the map of Mundy. I mean, no, this is the Walls-Mueller map. And it's a pyramid on the top of the earth. The pinnacle. That collapsed in now. God's holy mountain. Look. How falling from heaven, O day star, O dawn, right? Well, we ain't gonna stick with it. I will, this is what you said. You said in your heart, I will ascend into heaven above the stars of God. I will set my throne on high. I will set on the mountain of assembly in the far reaches of the north. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will make myself like the Most High. The far reaches of the north, the mountain of assembly. That's where life began. That's where humans begin at, in the north, and we spread out the four corners.
Where Superman goes.
Right. Where Santa Claus is. The holy mountain. We think it's in Zion in Jerusalem today. And I told you, Terra Sancta always change. It always move. Terra Sancta, the Holy Land. The holy mountain. Let all the inhabitants of the land tremble, for the day of the Lord is coming near. They shall not hurt, they shall not destroy in all my holy mountain for the earth. The holy mountain is the earth. Eretz is the holy mountain. You feel what I'm saying? And what did they call the pyramids? Mountains. Here in the book of Architecture, Mysticism, and Myth by Lethby, by W.R. Lethby, he says, the earth is a mountain, and around its base flows the ocean, or it floats on the ocean. Beyond the high range of the mountains, which form walls of an enclosure, and on these is either lay a ceiling or one great slab, or it is domed. Sometimes the system is compromised. The earth is square, the sky is circle. They do not seem to have realized the difficulty of the penitentives.
Angles make no sense.
It said angles make no sense.
It would be spherical to encompass everything evenly.
Well, look about the angle of the sun. The angles of the sun and the traversing of the sun, if it travels around the earth, it does not make the same width. It travels.
The figure 8.
Huh?
It makes the figure 8.
It makes the figure 8. But it makes the figure 8 towards the center and out towards the south as it's revolving around it. Because it still has to make a 24-hour circle. The figure 8 is a yearly thing. It's not a hourly. It's not a daily thing. It happens over the year. It has to cross the equator to make the figure 8. You feel what I'm saying? But it's smaller in the north because the land is smaller. It's skinny in the north. It's skinny in the top, and it's wide at the base. That's the pyramid mountain, the four corners, and all of that. It's literally an ancient pyramid in ruins. And the flatness of it, yes, the water is flat. Oh yeah, I rock with that. I mean, it's not literally flat, but I mean, you know, because it's moving and it's swirling and different.
But it's as soon as this is still
exactly, it's flat. But that's where the water meets the land. But the land extends thousands of feet above sea level as it traverses north. So if we start digging, let's say we got off on an island of, we got off on the south of Africa, and we could jackhammer ourselves down into the ocean, we'll run into the ocean in no time. But the further we traverse north, right, especially heading towards the western portion of Africa, the more deeper you're going to have to dig to get to sea level, right? And that's the same thing. It's only Detroit is 600 feet above sea level or something like that. But you can see where it's been broken. It's broken off. It's not the original form, because the way, if we was to look at as an artist, I can just see the form of it. The form of it is a fucking pyramid. When I imagine the missing portions, that's just what I see, bro. And it's like, no, it's nothing that I can, even the math that they're giving us and how the land, you know, it inclines going north, and as it, you know, even if we only use a hemisphere, that's still doing a pyramid. You know what I'm saying? Even if they say in a globe and we only use the hemisphere, that's still a pyramid type shape. It might be the Doja type shape pyramid, but it's still a pyramid type shape as opposed to a globe a ball. That's some bullshit. They're
Yeah,
including the atmosphere.
water wouldn't work on the ball.
No, it don't. No, it's a temple in the middle of a surrounding ocean. I can't even. It looked like some Mayan shit in my mind. You know what I'm saying? Like some Mayan step pyramid type shit without soil. If I was to imagine the beginnings of it, the way it looks,
It'd be a giant garden,
yeah,
just spreading out.
spreading out. And when you look at a Scythian or Scyth, a Scyth, how they first build their homes, it was looking just like this.
So outside of it is rough and wild and just naturally chaotic because God cursed it.
He destroyed it. When the days Pele was born, the days the earth was divided.
But it never said Eden was destroyed. It just said it was guarded by a flaming sword.
Well, it literally explained a plasma type being, right?
Flaming sword.
Flaming sword, spinning, spinning so that nobody can pass it. So what would that look like? Portal. How fast
It
is he
looked like a
spinning it?
lightsaber. Who knows? Like, sky's the limit when it's from God.
Mhm. Bro, so what if Rupus Negros is what they're talking about? So you know how it emits because according to the book of Adam, based off of what I'm seeing, either Adam and Eve was in a spaceship in the north, or they were literally in the north. You feel what I'm saying? and society, as it shows, humans, they spread out down from the top of the mountain.
Yeah, based on the clothing, the first clothing God made him was made from the skins of animals.
Hmm.
They strung together clothing made of fig leaves, so it was warm inside the garden, but outside was cold and bitter. They had to have garments made out of animal skins, and that was the first sacrifice.
Right. And in the North Pole, they're finding pyramids, palm trees, and animals that would be normally in tropical regions, which is back to my theory on we're going into when they say the
They can't get beyond
sun.
the ice wall, which is the fucking garden wall of Eden.
Say that again.
The ice wall would be the garden wall of Eden.
In the north,
The
the ice wall in the north
only
would,
entrance point to it.
yeah, the ice wall in the north would literally be, because you got to remember that the Arctic Sea is surrounding land. It's land surrounding it. It's not just land surrounding it. It's cavernous, like it's a collapsed center. So you feel what I'm saying? It's a lot of detail to, like, that's the only way you're going to get the sea level of the Arctic Sea in the north to be the same level as the ocean in the south, meaning one level plane. Is the land has to be above it, and it is. It's literally a mile above it. A mile in land above an area is pretty freaking high. That's pretty freaking high.
It is. You can feel the difference.
And if you was gonna eliminate or stop the connection between man and gods, right? Well, you got to kick the ladder in, which would be the pinnacle of the whole thing. And maybe you didn't like. Maybe, like I said, I believe that the Polaris star is not a star. Of course, all these things are close. I believe the Polaris star is that pinnacle, that holy city that's tall as long as it is wide. You get tall as long as it is wide in a pyramid as well. We just assume that it's a square. but you get it in a pyramid. And the pyramid is a capstone to this whole thing right here, which I showed you in those maps that was from the 1500s when maybe God was with man, or it was something, I don't know what they call, I don't know what happened, but something broke this shit, because we know God create things in perfection and in order, and it ain't gonna be chaos like this. Like we can clearly see the earth been destroyed all the way down under the oceans. We got portions of the earth that's underwater that you can see from above. So you know what I'm saying? It's something cataclysmic happened, and it's no longer in its original glory. But the state that we see, the collapsed state, points out to be a pyramid. That's just to me. That's just to me. And it's going to take some insight and some open-mindedness and looking at the topography of the earth and geography and all of that shit to even consider what I see. But I've been doing it a while. And I think, which I've been known, that they clown me. They call me pseudo, which is why I created pseudosciences. But they say I'm the final boss, the final form of Earth, the final boss of it, right? Well, I say, okay, yeah. Well, then when I come on scene, I got the Godzilla music. Everybody's scattering. Yes, because the final form of the Earth is a pyramid, and it changes. You know what I'm saying? Which is why you get the Metatron symbol that we so familiar with today. You know what I'm saying? Because it changes into those different areas and the poles shift. And how could you get that? A triangle is a pole, a tetrahedron or even a quadrahedron with the way that the earth portions are shaped out. Either portion can become the pole. Either portion, the top center, the top triangle, the side triangles, the peripheral triangles, either one of them can become a terra sancta based off the position that the sun takes in the next few years, in the next few cycles or whatever.
Right.
But that's just all. I'm not saying it's a fact. I'm just, high as fuck and flown.
Yeah, it's got a logical. It has a lot of logical points.
Yeah, I'm just floating, bro. I'm high as a kite.
You gotta get people and see what they think, put it into the greater community.
Yeah, nah, I
Do you ever watch
man,
Zodus?
who?
Zodus?
Zodus? No. No. I reached out to like Globe Busters and I must have went to the top too. I went too far up. Cause motherfucker told me, this is what motherfucker told me when I proposed it. I paid the super chat and everything and I proposed it. Motherfucker told me, well, go to your own page and tell your people that. And then I thought about it like, well, think about people literally making money off of displaying, flat earth, and then you come up and say, yo, well, your flat earth isn't flat. It's a fucking pyramid. And it's like,
That's how it works. Facts
but
don't
you
care
know,
about feelings. The same thing they're doing to the globe Earth people. They're like, yeah, we're making money off of rocket ships and shit. They're busting our bubble. It's like, nah. How about tax churches? All taxes on all churches, mosques, synagogues, all of them. Stop that nonsense. If you love God, you can love Him, and they can pay taxes at church like everybody else. Why do we gotta be double and triple taxed? They don't get to be taxed. Fuck that.
tax the churches and mosques.
Yeah, I guarantee you'll see people actually getting helped at that point because they'll be like, well, I'm just going to give the money straight to homeless people.
Motherfucking temples, all these damn temples with all this gold and shit, and all these poor people out here starving.
Right? Like, y'all can't, y'all got billions allotted to the shit. Then you gotta, what do they got? They got to scribe for tents. Then y'all take the tents away. Like, what do you want?
Yeah. Man, but I think the whole thing is to cause a mass migration in this period because that's what's happening. When you see the open borders and then you look at the actual agreement that Canada, the United States, and Mexico have, the union, that's a real union that they making happen up under our noses, but they're proposing
Under
that
George
these
Bush.
yeah, that's an agreement to open the borders for these three people. They're about to unify the money and everything. It's called the North American Union. I actually seen it go through. I seen I have the paperwork of it being signed and everything, so it's a real movement. It's not a theory like the
No,
conspiracy theory
it's
people.
law. It's done deal. George Bush did that shit.
Yes, it's done, bro. So all of these border crossings and shit, I don't know why they just don't say, "Hey, man, we're allowing them to do it because that's a part of the agreement. We're one people now. We're one defense. We need defense in the South. We need defense in the North. We need white, Western." I mean, they just don't even tell the truth about the shit.
Because people have been lied to for so long, they won't believe it, even if you did. People literally, well, I only believe it if it's on CNN. And then they freeze up like parrots. They're fucking under mind control.
Yeah,
Media mind control is a real thing.
it is, man. And I mean, we a part of it too, though. We are part of it because
If I
soon as we,
told the same person, hey, Trump got accused of molesting kids, oh, I could see that. But I tell it's about their candidate, oh, well, I just can't believe that. Like, why would someone just say that?
yeah,
If it's not true, it's
well,
not
we
going to go
clearly are
anywhere.
part of that shit with them
If it's
young
not
kids.
true, if it's not true, it wouldn't even make it to the point of the news reporting on it. If there was no truth to the allegations, right? Because that's some damaging shit.
Yeah, absolutely. But when you start telling on one, you gotta start telling on all of them. That's
I
what
think
happens.
the next P Diddy's going to jump the gun and turn state's evidence and be like, "Here, take all the tapes. Just cut me
Man,
and
the
you."
P Diddy, all the people that go to P Diddy parties, bro. If that shit come out, you know how many different
They're all
political.
contacted. They're all getting paid off, but it doesn't matter because anybody of consequence, the FBI already talked to them and got their shit statements, so they're just getting paid for nothing. They don't even know what they may or may not have snitched on.
Right,
They're still collecting that bank.
still get the bag.
Yep, they're like, "Fuck you, P Diddy, out. Go take your own egg test, motherfucker. Taking that dick in prison like a champ."
Man, take that. Take.
He'll be
They probably gonna dwindle them
hypnotized.
down. They're gonna dwindle them down to about 1 million. He worth $500 million at this point. He was worth $1 billion. They always break down that money first, bro. They divvy it amongst the people, amongst they, you know what I'm saying, people, and then they fake a murder. They fake a suicide. He not about to go to jail with all of the shit that he got in his head and just rot in jail. He can still make money in jail, bro. Surviving P. Diddy. The book released by P. Diddy. You know what I'm saying? Like, he got
Well,
that.
no, he can't make a profit off his crimes.
No, he don't have to be about crime or none of that.
He'd have,
I think
he'd
Kwame
have to put,
Kilpatrick wrote a book while he was in jail, didn't he?
yeah, but they got to put the money into someone else's name or into a trust fund, so they
Uh,
can't. They're not directly involved in because then
that's
it's
only if
profit.
they owe restitution.
I think it depends on the crime
Because
too.
it's
I think.
girls that I work in the prison, and it's girls that make clothes and shit, and you know what I'm saying, and they can sell their clothes. They draw pictures and everything. They draw paintings and things of that nature and all of that. They write books and publish them from prison. They get interviewed in prison. If they owe restitution, now the women in my where I worked at, the state of Michigan had to settle for $100 million because it was found that men were cavity checking women and having sex with women and all type of stuff. Even though it was allowed by the women themselves, you know what I'm saying, they are
Doesn't matter.
considered a property of the state, which is put you in a minor position, which that would be considered rape. So a lot of them went to jail, but they had to settle for 100 million. So in the prison in Michigan, there are a lot of women that are worth 100. I mean, that's worth at least $1 million or $500,000, shit like that, all throughout there. But yeah, man, he gonna go to jail if if he don't owe restitution. He could probably make some money, but if he does owe restitution, everything that if it hasn't been paid off,
Yeah, if he gets a verdict, it's on. Is there going to be a feeding frenzy?
Once, and especially after the conviction.
You're going to be everybody's going to crawl out of the woodwork.
Man, you got to be a whole shame to yourself to come out of the woodwork and then you be a man.
Can't deny it. You've seen the videos. It's just a bunch of dudes without their shirts waiting for the dope to kick in.
Right. He drugged and they got the baby oil rubbed all over their body.
They should show that shit 10 minutes later. Ah! Ah! Gay Central.
What's that shit called? That scene that was in Event Horizon when they looked at the tape on the Event Horizon and
It was
everybody
like
was
that.
fucking each other, fucking people in their eye sockets and shit.
It's like, ah! I've seen things I shouldn't see.
Yeah, that was
That
crazy. I
Williams
couldn't
was right.
believe it. I had to rewind it, man. They was fucking each other bloody. Like what the fuck? Yeah, bro.
They went to hell and back.
They went to hell and back and hell, but nah, I don't think shit and reassessing hell. I think that
Or
hell is a real
the ship
place.
became a sentient being because it got inhabited by the demon. I think that was what was more implied.
Interesting.
Because
Because
the ship came back, but then it was just dormant.
the
And then
AI could be
once the
considered
creator, yeah, once the creator came back to it, then it activated again.
wow, yeah, that's true. Because he was the creator of it. Yeah, that's interesting. It's
And he
interesting.
was trying, like it was implied that he was trying to find another way to get into a realm to find his wife and kid, make up for all the shit.
Go back.
They all had their mistakes and their losses, but only certain losses that they were hallucinating. The shit
Got
that they felt guilty for.
because they was really killing each other. It wasn't what they. Oh, that's right.
Like the one woman saw her kid that she couldn't save, and the guy saw his crew that he couldn't save.
That's true. Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't even consider. I saw it a long time ago. I just remembered that scene. Like, what the fuck? Because it made it happen so fast. You gotta actually. They
You
made
gotta
it to where
pause
you had
that
to rewind it
shit.
really and see what happened.
Frame by frame, you're just like,
Yeah.
damn. I
Right.
mistranslated it. He really said, God save us all.
Yeah. Yeah. What the fuck? So what time is it in Cali right now? About 3 o'clock?
2:15.
2:15? Okay. Yeah, man. So with the little presentation that I showed you, do you think I got some interesting things that should be looked at in the community?
Yeah, you just gotta video it up and narrate it.
Yeah, that sucks, bro.
That's how you actually get the focus and attention on it, is by doing a good production on it. Because when you're
Right.
presenting knowledge, it's got to be spot production, or people are gonna nitpick it.
And it don't even have nothing to do with the information they'll be nitpicking.
It's cool, but like you can see your lip syncing's off with the audio, and you're like, yeah, I know, because I'm fucking recording with multiple phones, dingbat. Like, let's see what you can do with limited technology. Maybe I don't feel like spending $30 on a video camera. So what? I like the effects I come up with by using multiple devices and shit devices to make
Yeah.
recordings.
Now I just wonder why there's no way that a person who has been serious about, really dedicating themselves to flat earth haven't already seen. It's like it seems like they purposely, even within themselves, within the community, are overlooking that on purpose.
Right. Well, they have to stop wherever their knowledge base runs out, and they can't answer anything without making themselves reveal the limitations of the knowledge. You know.
Yeah, I showed a group the noble gases and how they interact with the electromagnetic field of a Tesla coil. And I was just telling them, you know, the sun. This is what the sun is. The sun is electrical in essence. It's electrically conducting gas, heated plasma, right? They like that doesn't make the sun electrical. And I'm like, so the sun isn't fire, it's emitting energy in the form of light and other things that we can't see visually. So are you telling me that that happening has nothing to do with the environment of the sun, which we as flat earthers slash pyramid earthers believe is in one place beneath you know, and I go through the whole thing, you know, letting them know that I'm very familiar with the data. You're not trying, I'm not trying to fight with you guys. I'm just trying to get you to see a little further. So if the sun is traversing around the plane sphere, then that means it would have to be made of something in order for it to be affected by some electromagnetic field, right? And then therefore the outer edges of the earth will also have to be like a ring magnet in order to sustain the trajectory of the earth of the sun and keep it in this
But
pull
it's more
push.
than that because it transmits nutrients to us.
Yeah, it's doing all of that, but I'm talking about just the tracking of it. The pull pushing has nothing to do with gravity. Pull push is electromagnetic. Pull push is answered in the electromagnetic field, not in gravity. Has nothing to do with gravity. Gravity is literally an electromagnetic force, and it's been proven. We just don't want to accept it. Or like strong forces and weak forces, gravity, and electromagnetism. It's like
Gravity can be overcome by speed.
yeah, and density.
You go fast enough, you shed all mass and break gravity's bonds for a few moments. You
Right,
can
which is why we
you
don't
can
understand how
like
water
even
is staying on the earth.
Yeah, it'd be impossible. That's why I always laugh at people. They're like, "It's a drought. We're running out of water." I'm like, not according to science, which says it's a water cycle and it just keeps going around and around. Like, did Earth
Yeah,
science change?
bro, it seemed that that ocean movement would literally, because of the crack and the basin and all of that, the small area in the center would make the same figure eight movement as the sun if the analemma is true, because the water is in cycle motion. If you take your hand and swirl it in one area and just keep swirling it, and if the sun is literally affecting, because like I said, that sodium in that ocean water in the south is important
You would have to be
to.
able to observe it from a fixed point for a whole year and record it. That would be the hard part if it's out to sea.
No, we would probably have to just look at the sun when it gets in a certain region. How does the region react to the sun when it's there, or how long does it respond? Is there a response after it's gone from that region over the period of 6 months? Because like when you get in Antarctica, it has to do that double loop so it stays daylight. When it gets in Arctica, in the Arctic Ocean area, it does the same thing. This is how you get your figure eight. It has to loop around again, so it stays daylight longer. Extra, it stays daylight longer in the south, and then it does the same thing in the north. That's explained in the analemma. Your Coriolis effect is explained several different ways too. It's explained electromagnetically with the weather, and it's explained with the position of the sun and your position in the south. When I showed you when you look you got to look north to see the sun when you're in far south. And when the sun is in way north, it's dark longer in the Arctic Ocean. Why? Because it's in the north, which is in the center. It's not in the outer edges no more. So it's dark longer, and it takes 6 months for that reoccurrence to occur, because it takes 6 months for the sun to transition cross from the Tropic of Cancer, cross the equator to the Tropic of Capricorn, because it's going in a ring. It's making a spiral around the cone, both ways, back and forth. It's a spiral. That torsion field is what the sun is doing. It's making one going in and it's making one going out. It's making that same one that's going in is going up towards the north, towards the apex. And that one that's going out is going out, down.
Oh,
Jamming, bro. Hey, I'm just kicking it, man. When you're ready to shut it down, let me know, man. I'm just kicking it.
let's see. I'll go till 2:30. Tomorrow's my Friday. I got 2 in a row.
Say tomorrow is your Friday.
Yeah, once I'm done with that shift, I got 2 days in a row, which is a rare occurrence. So it'd be nice to recuperate.
That's what's up.
There's a lot of women at Walmart, so anytime there's heavy shit, they rely on the menfolk, which is usually me.
Come in and pick up the heavy shit, unbox the heavy stuff.
But I'm crippled, so it's like I can do it. It's just I'm fucked up afterwards.
Yeah, that sucks, bro. You got to pop a Tylenol before you start work, just so
I
when you get
do like dabs for fucking 20 minutes solid before I go to work.
you do what?
I do dabs for 20 minutes.
Oh, before you start.
Yeah. Like I have to be able to functionally move.
Man, I'll be all over the place. Oh, we was doing this. All right, hold on. Oh shit. Come on. Let's go. I thought we was doing it. My bad. I forgot. I'm all over the place if I was to do that.
Nah, I'm focused. Like it doesn't phase me like that. It just makes me feel better. I get distracted about the pain and forget about it. Till about lunchtime, and it's like, then my back starts locking up. I have to get home, sit down for an hour, and get stoned and eat.
Yeah. Yeah, that sucks, bro. That's when the hot baths and all of that is out. You literally got to walk around with a hot blanket or something, electric blanket and shit for your bones and shit in the wintertime and
I
rainy
just have
season.
to have everything paced out.
Oh,
I'm good
okay.
till lunchtime. Lunchtime, I come home, relax my back. I try to push my lunch later. Every time they'll be like, "Hey, someone didn't come in. Like, can you go to lunch later?" I'm like, "Yep," because that means I can push it harder, but then I'll get more relaxation because I won't have to stress out after relaxing as much as taking an earlier lunch. And then you got
Okay.
more shift ahead of you. Like, I'd rather come back. I'd rather go at the 4th hour and come back with only a couple hours left to go.
Shit. Well, you're in Cali, so when you get off work, it's always something to do, no matter what hour.
Pretty much.
I guess once the vendors close down, I mean, it's only a 3 hour shutdown before a restart.
Nah, we closed at 11 to the public.
No, I'm talking about clubs and things to
Oh, it
do.
depends where you're at. Like, if you go down into LA, the shit's going all night. Fucking, you go to the valley. It just depends where you're at. Like, where you want to party.
Oh, okay.
You go to the
Okay.
casinos. You can go to Vegas. Like, everything's close by relatively.
Yeah.
It's like 6 hours to Vegas from here. So I mean, it's
Man, it's like 30 minutes to Canada, 30 minutes to the casino, 30 minutes to everywhere. All of the sports arenas are downtown Detroit. You know what I'm saying? Ontario's right across the water. You can party over there. Um,
that's where Biscuits is at.
yeah. So I thought she was in Toronto.
Yeah, Toronto is Ontario. It's the capital,
Oh, okay. Wow.
but they border the
Wait,
Great Lakes.
wait a
Uh,
minute. Well, Ontario, Canada is right across the
Ontario is
water.
the province.
Okay.
Toronto is like the city.
Yeah, Quebec and all of that is north of where I would
That's like
cross.
the north. That's more northeast.
Amherstburg and all of that.
Yeah, and Newfoundland,
Yeah,
and
that's close
Manitoba,
to me.
and
I can
Vancouver.
literally drive to that in no time. Once I cross over and over the bridge. But they just built a new bridge now. One in the south, one more southern than the
Now you
original
can see the
bridge.
tunnel. They need to explain how this Asian guy's getting all these benefits cards to buy Plan B pills to sell on the black market.
What? For real?
Yeah, comes
Right
in
when
and
they're about
buys
to
like
change, right when they talking about changing the laws of it.
he'll buy like 4 or 5 of them at a time, and he has like fucking 10 different benefits cards with 10 different names and shit that he uses. It's like
Oh,
there's got to be some laws broken there somehow.
bro, let me tell you how. Because the Asian guys,
You can't resell medication. I know that for a fact because
no, they got the Asian women. They got the Asian prostitute hooker chicks, bro.
mm,
They got the prostitute. What do they call them? They fucking trafficking.
I was thinking they were selling it to people like in places where they can't get it because they've ordered it out. So they're like, "Yo, we'll send you that shit, but it's going to be like
I thought you said, how are
$200
they getting it? And I'm
$200
telling
a pill."
you, birth control can be achieved by any. It
They could
got
just
been
kick them in the
prescription from
stomach
any
though.
women.
Yeah, karate up 2:30. Well, it's been fun, but I have to get up in the morning for work.
Yes, sir. Hey, good talking with you, man.
Right on. Yeah, come back again.
All right, have a good one.
Yes, sir. Americanos, rest of the world. See you next time. Swing, swing, swing.